Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. Welcome to this first session of Lessons on Innovation from Other Sectors. On behalf of all the conveners that have gently accepted to organize this session, MECOROT, Getulio Vargas Foundation, the Institute of Public Utilities from the Michigan State University, and the Inter-American Development Bank, I want to welcome you to our seminar. Today, 770 million people don't have access to electricity, and close to 729 million people don't have access to phones. Yet, 2 billion people do not have access to safe water, and more than 3.5 billion people lack adequate sludge management. What's a stark difference between energy, electricity, phone connection, and water and sanitation? One of the biggest game changers has been the innovation that took place in these sectors. Their organizational structure, their governance, and their management. In this seminar, we pursue three objectives. First, understand the complexities of our sector and learn about other sectors' journey to innovation. Second, find out how countries like Israel, living in a water-scarce environment, are able to provide water, food, and energy security, as well as the different challenges that India, South Africa, and Argentina are facing today. And finally, in a very dynamic session, we will learn about innovations from young entrepreneurs and experts from other sectors, from the goods and services, from transport, and for energy. We will begin with a keynote speech by Janice Becher, who is a professor of political science and an adjunct in economics at Michigan State University and editor of the journal Utilities Policy, Elsevier. Then Rachna Gangwar, a partner at Infrastructure Consulting and Training Services, will discuss innovations in India's rural roads, followed by Joyisa Dutra, the founder and director of the Center for Studies in Regulation and Infrastructure at Fundación Getulio Vargas in Brazil. She will share lessons on innovations from the electricity sector in the energy transition. Then Abraham Ngobeni will discuss the work of Innovation Africa in solar water pumps. We will close the session with a panel discussion. Without any further delay, Janice, you have the floor.
All right, very good. All right, can you hear me now? Oops, and I don't have my video, so I will start that as well. Thank you so much. Thank you for the honor and privilege of joining you here in Stockholm and for this seminar series. I've enjoyed the dialogue so much. I think we've learned so much in the process, and I'm looking forward to continuing to working with all of you. And I thank all of you for joining us today. And we look forward to interacting with you over 3 days of this wonderful series. So I had the challenge. I'm still not sure how I got the assignment, but I have the challenge of trying to talk about these issues from a higher comparative level. I'll do my best. I apologize for a couple of things. It's rather U.S.-centric because that's my experience, although with the journal, I get good exposure to wonderful thought leaders from all around the world. But I have too much information, which is typical. And so some of these slides I will rest on for just a matter of seconds, so you cannot blink during my talk. So these were the organizing questions that I used to think about this with our committee and the interaction that we had. They evolved and they'll continue to evolve. All of my work is a work in process, just like innovation is a work in process, right? So I'm thinking about can public utilities innovate and network industries? And for our purposes, I'll sort of lump those together. And do they innovate? We'll talk a little bit about that. We'll talk about some alternative ideologies and theory around innovation. I'll focus a little bit because it is my sector area. What are the properties of the water sector that distinguish it from other sectors in relation to innovation? What are the factors that shape utility culture and risk aversion generally and for water? How can innovation in the sector be enabled, implemented, and diffused? And that's what we'll talk about over the next few days. And then the role of institutions and regulation, economic regulation in particular, in enabling innovation. And then I'll emphasize at the end how important normative evaluation is to ensuring that innovation is beneficial to those who will most be affected by its implementation. So what are the public utilities that we're talking about? There are more narrow and broader definitions, but we're generally talking about industries that rely on networks. We're talking about energy, electricity, and gas. We're talking about communication systems. We're talking about postal service even as one of the early networked industries. And then, of course, we're talking about water and wastewater. I would say, I think we would all agree that public utilities play a unique role in the political economy and have unique characteristics. I like to say all infrastructure is public infrastructure in that it's designed and implemented for the public interest. And I think we should stay focused on that, regardless of the ownership form or industry or market structure. I also like to say utilities and networks don't just connect things, they connect people. And that's so critical. And they allow us to pool our resources and satisfy our needs. So that's how the concept has evolved. I want to just touch briefly. It's not my area of expertise. There are others far more knowledgeable, but we wanted to focus on how infrastructure is part of the building blocks of the Sustainable Development Goals. Having that critical infrastructure allows for better practices and ultimately for better global outcomes. And I think that's why we're all here. There is an urgency to innovate. Sergio just made that point so eloquently. We have climate change, we have disparities of economic and physical scarcity, and we have too many people who go without adequate water and sanitation services in the world, and they suffer as a result. We heard in the opening remarks that these are also very gendered issues, that it's often women and children who pay the higher price even of these issues. So I won't go into these details at all, but there are what I would consider sort of ideologies of innovation, mainly centering on the idea that market competition and market forces or market-like mechanisms will stimulate innovation. I'll put some of that in context, but I also wanted to emphasize that there are other motives for innovation besides markets, besides pecuniary rewards, monetary incentives. There are all kinds of reasons people innovate or entities innovate, some which also have to do with the goals of collaboration and altruism, or even just scientific discovery itself. So again, there's sort of this general perception that monopolies are not so good at innovation and competitive enterprises are good at innovation. And you sort of see this comparison, we sort of have these general biases about that sort of favor competitive enterprises in this space. When you look at the literature and the evidence, and I think some of the practical experience, we find it's a little more complicated a story. And in fact, I would assert that market structure itself, rather than ownership or rather than necessarily private sector based competition, is probably more relevant. So in other words, market structures, the scale of enterprises, these are really important. So in fact, competition may not necessarily be a prerequisite for innovation. Innovation can happen in other contexts. And in fact, there's some literature suggesting that oligopoly, concentration, actually aids in innovation. In other words, having scale, systems or entities of scale can make a difference. In other words, that large entities can help lead innovation. So lack of competition is not an excuse to not innovate. So I looked at different kinds of data sources in this area, looking at patent activity, what's happening there, and of course, as we'll hear about the energy sector later. But in energy, we do see a lot of patent activity, and more so, though, in this case, on the commercial side than necessarily on the network industry side. But we're certainly seeing the impact of the energy transition there. So can the public sector innovate? Of course they can. And in fact, if you look at the, this is very, very interesting. Some of my words came up in alternative languages and so on, from my understanding. But I created this word cloud of these different discoveries, inventions, and so on that came about through government support. So the government plays a very important role in innovation. So it's not public versus private. It's more about the complexity of their interactions. And the government supports innovation in all kinds of ways, through physical infrastructure itself, education systems, research and development, and so on. So the public sector certainly has to innovate, as well, and can innovate based on experience. And that includes state-owned enterprises. So I looked at the literature a little bit and found some fairly persuasive evidence that state-owned enterprises can innovate. And in many ways, their innovation is slightly different than the innovation in the private sector. And they will tend to focus more on technologies and approaches that have a bit more of a public orientation, or sometimes orientation to, emerging values around clean energy or other goals. In other words, they have understandably a less commercial orientation. Can monopolies innovate? One of the interesting examples we have there is Bell Labs. We don't have a communications focus on today's panel. We may hear more about it on Wednesday. But Bell Labs, of course, the Bell telephone system was a gigantic monopoly in the United States. It dominated for many, many years till it was challenged, till it was disrupted. But in the course of their existence, they created the Bell Journal of Economics, and they secured all kinds of patents. So it sort of goes to this idea that a large monopoly can certainly use that market position to advance innovation. Now, some people would say, of course, that that's to their benefit, right? That they did that to secure their monopoly. So it's a little bit of a cynical view, but nonetheless, they can and they did innovate, and a lot of interesting things happened along those lines. Is environmental regulation contrary or positive to innovation? And in fact, there's the Michael Porter hypothesis. He sort of advanced this idea that regulation itself can actually motivate and promote innovation in very positive ways. And so, that's something we tend to think of regulation as being anti-innovation, when in fact it can be quite positive. Here, in other lectures, we go on and on about characteristics of monopolies, all the things that make them distinctive relative to other kinds of businesses, especially issues like scale economies and entry barriers and infrastructure intensity. The water sector, how does it compare? Well, it is, I threw this out at one of our early meetings and we all pondered it. Water is the only utility product that we physically ingest. And that does make it distinctive among the other products. You're not supposed to interact with them in that way, at least. But it's also the most capital intensive. In other words, it requires much more investment relative to revenue streams that might come from that investment. It's heavy. It's incompressible. I'm going to come back to some of the other characteristics. It's very monopolistic and fragmented. I think that's one of the key differences between the sectors is the sort of bifurcation of large and small systems, and the large number of small systems that we have in many parts of the world. There are offsetting economies in water. There's no substitutes for water, and so on. And then again, we have on the institutional and structural side, we've got this diversity, and we also have the stringent environmental regulations. Now, there's some things that are on that characteristic list that are innovation positive. Water is a difficult thing, as we know. We see it in the news now. There's always seems to be too much or too little, right? And Mother Nature decides. And so we experience that, and we're experiencing that more with climate change. But water has these wonderful properties that I always say energy wishes it had, right? Energy it seeks to be more storable, renewable, and more abundant. So we're, that's a key difference. On the negative side, though, is the precaution that we take because we physically ingest the product. So we follow sort of a precautionary principle of regulation. So let's switch to, and that causes us to be more conservative. One thing I want to touch on is that, there are different modes of innovation. And I would suggest that while we think of innovation often as being a big thing, a disruptive thing, more often it's probably more incremental, more reactive, and more focused on technology than the bigger structural and technological changes, or big organization or big industry-wide changes. And that's okay. Small innovations can really matter. Innovation involves risk taking. And in fact, there's sort of an ironic situation that you have to take risks to manage risks. And by doing so, you can actually lower enterprise risk. And that's been explored in the literature as well. In terms of why are water utilities, again, particularly risk averse, we have endogenous factors, again, around organizational culture. We have exogenous in terms of regulation. So we generally see water utility managers being particularly risk averse, very sort of engineering focused. Now, if you take a look at utilities through the long lens of history, of course we've innovated. We used to do things quite differently. So while we still do, we still have wires and we still have pipes, we also see a lot of innovation. And we're starting to see this. We see the adoption of technologies. We also see the utility workforce changing. We've even seen in some cases network type industries suffer from what we call the death spiral, where they have been subject to the to that cycle of creative destruction. So Joisa will talk about energy transition, but I put in some slides sort of indicating how we're seeing that. And again, that's an issue that's been on our agenda a long time. And we have seen gradual, an evolution there. We've certainly seen in water an evolution in water treatment. We've seen evolution on the supply side in terms of especially areas like reuse and desalination. We're going to hear about some of that. One of the biggest innovations we've seen in water we don't celebrate enough is the demand side and efficiency gains, which have been really phenomenal and have saved lots and lots of energy and lots of water. We've also seen an explosion of technology, and we're going to hear more about it, through this whole, through our sessions and through Water Week. So it's not entirely clear that water entirely lags. I also like to note that keep in mind that not all innovation is high tech. So we're talking a lot about technology. This is one of my favorite examples. Those a leak detection dog, and so if that technology works, then get yourself a nice dog, and that'll be part of he or she will be part of your team. These are what I consider some of the game changers in water. I think we are starting to see those make a difference, but again, they have to be subject to examination. I certainly think the water energy nexus is a huge area to explore. So as I got to wrap up pretty soon. So there are, these also, there are these. There's a wide variety of structural and institutional domains we could talk about, and we're seeing innovation there as well. Maybe not at the pace we would prefer, but we are seeing some. I think we're seeing things happen. The industry. I'll touch briefly on funding and financing. I think one of our issues is that we moved toward a enterprise model. And we've sort of locked ourselves into thinking about water systems as, revenue generating entities. We've locked ourselves into the concept of full cost pricing. And I think an innovation area to explore is to open our minds to hybrid and more creative models for funding infrastructure and making it available. So my last couple of slides here, economic regulation. That plays a critical role. All firms are sort of value-oriented and regulated firms as well. There are things that regulators can do to promote innovation, switch to more of an outcome orientation and to try to, again, advance incentives and allow for flexibility. So we are seeing even our long-standing regulatory methods in the U.S. and the U.K. are now evolving, I think, to recognize more of a performance-based orientation, including things like comparative competition. So innovation is a process, and it's a complicated process. That's partly why it doesn't happen so quickly. And some of that is just necessary, I think, to be protective again. The diffusion of innovation also depends on whether a technology or an approach or an institution gains acceptance, and then that there are system-level capacities for implementation. I want to end on what I think is important too, and that is to have a normative evaluation framework. Is innovation, is it beneficial? Is it in the public interest, prudent, consistent with our principles and values, responsive based on engagement, accessible and affordable, and ultimately is it equitable, fair, and just? So, to conclude, I would say innovation should not be conflated with ideology. And I think, we need to be innovative in the way we think about innovation. So with that, I will end, and I will pass it on to Rachna.
Yeah, hello. Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes, go ahead, please.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So thank you very much for having me here. And it's really a privilege to be connecting with the audience and the panelists. Janice has very comprehensively touched on various aspects of innovations across industries. So let me take you through one of the projects in India on rural roads a little more deeply, and talk about the innovations from the perspective of a developing economy like India. So can we go to the next slide? Yeah. So just the 4 categories of innovations broadly can be looked at in the transportation and even in the other sectors. These are not mutually exclusive, and the developments or the progress in one affects the other. So these are basically the technological innovations, the policy and regulatory innovations, services and business model, and environmental sustainability. So as we have heard, there are a lot of disruptive technologies that are taking place, and that is the case also in transportation. And there are some innovations are happening in the technological space, and then there are related to policy and regulatory, and especially for countries like us in India, where this is a very, very important area because we have to take so many social infrastructure projects, and the governance and the regulatory principles and the way the government takes up these projects is very, very important. And then we have the third category, where the services and business model innovations, where the companies and the organizations, they continue to challenge, they continue to push boundaries of innovations, in the business models, talking about the revenues, expanding beyond the traditional revenue streams and investment approaches. And the fourth category is the environmental sustainability, where because the transport is 20% is the carbon emissions are from the transport sector. So there are a lot of initiatives and the innovations being taken place in the construction, the materials that are used, or in the fuel to make to have the greener practices. So these are the 4 categories. And now let me come to the project directly. So the Rural Road Development Program of India, this is the world's largest rural development program till date ever taken anywhere. So, and let me talk about some of the innovations in this context. So this program was launched in year 2000, that is more than 2 decades ago. And the aim was to connect the remote habitations and the tribal areas with adequate road infrastructure. Despite having the second largest road network globally, rural road quality was not adequate. And at the point of time this program was launched, almost 30% of the population, that was 300 million people, were without the access of proper roads. So till date, in past 2 decades, over 2 decades, almost or more than 740,000 kilometers of rural roads have been constructed. That translates to more than 90 kilometers per day construction of these roads under these programs, and linking more than 170,000 habitations which were not connected earlier. So executing a program of this magnitude was a very challenging task. Can we go to the next slide? Because India comprises of 28 states, and this program was across the country, and the challenges that were faced were mainly the standardization, how to ensure that all the road projects undertaken in this program have this the standard technical and the management specifications, how to ensure the transparency and ensure that there are no, how do we minimize the time cost overruns, how to control the quality and have the transparency. So these were some of the challenges which look easy, but for a program of this scale were not easy to manage, and and how to basically implement this project. And so shall we just go to the next slide, please? So in this, through various deliberations and all, the standard procedures were established, and these were for all stages of the projects, where all the states that were implementing taking roads from under this program had to adhere to. All these documents were put in public domain. So main innovations which are going beyond, or that we can call innovations, of course it's again a process, as Janice has said, but what comes out from this program is that the 3 areas where we could say at least that we have tried doing something different than how the road projects were earlier undertaken in the country, and probably other parts of the world also, especially in the developing economies. So one was the community participation was ensured right from the very beginning of the project, right from the conceptualization when the alignment of the project was decided. And the second was, even for the program, Rural Road Development Program, in the process, the environmental norms were established as to what material is to be used for construction, and to the extent the green material and the green technology were promoted. And the third and the very important was the e-governance. So to maintain the transparency and so a substantial effort was put in to have everything centralized and or digitally and in the public domain and open to public scrutiny. So every document, tender document, all the status of the payments, all the how much road has been already, how many projects have already been given, in which state, what are the details of the project, and what are the terms and conditions. Everything was in the public domain. And for the maintenance also, there was a mobile applications have been developed where even the citizens would give their feedback, and these mobile applications were geotagged. So let me quickly summarize, because I think I'm just running out of time. So at the end, I would just say that this project has, in a way, a social infrastructure project in the rural areas has changed the socio-economic indicators. Just because these roads now exist, people have better access to healthcare, employment, and the rural markets, and it has contributed to the social development goals, which is ultimately the objective of the transport projects. And so and in the whole process also, the the capability, capacity building was also one of the important element of this project, so that all the projects were awarded or were tried to be awarded to the contractors, the local contractors, and also the welfare schemes of the government were now easily accessible because now there is a road available. So let me quickly summarize that these kind of projects which may not have the financial return immediate, but they do have far-reaching greater advantages, and the governments like India or the developing countries, they should devise indigenous approaches to execute some such programs that foster social sustainability, and the innovations towards the green infrastructure and the green transport will intensify because there is a stark reality of accelerating the global warming threats, and the landscape of the sector is changing with the disruptive technology, and the business models and the innovations in the policy and regulatory space in the times to come will become more important. So thank you very much for having me here, and thank you. I hope I'm on time.
So my turn. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Pleasure to take part in this discussion. In the book Power and Progress, Acemoglu and Simon Johnson write about why technology has all too often benefited elites and how we must reshape the path of the innovation to create shared prosperity. New ways of organizing production can either serve the narrow interests of an elite or become the foundation for widespread prosperity. This is a challenge posed to the electricity sector now. I will focus on innovations in the electricity sector, innovations on supply, on demand, and policy innovations that are beneficial to society and sustained over time. But first, setting the scene. Next slide. Under the Paris Agreement, 177 parties representing countries have submitted or updated NDCs to tackle climate change. Achieving this common goal requires an energy transition of exceptional scope, depth, and speed. We must significantly change the way we produce and consume energy. The ongoing energy transition that is transforming a more than 100-year-old industry can be defined by some pillars. Firstly, decentralization. The transition involves shifting away from the conventional centralized architecture of large-scale power plants, channeling electricity through extensive networks. Instead, we embrace a more decentralized model, characterized by the integration of distributed energy resources, including solar, wind, storage, and energy efficiency solutions. Second pillar, digitization. The integration of advanced digital technologies into electricity grids and meters empowers consumers to engage actively within the energy ecosystem. This empowerment enables effective management of energy usage and facilitates their role as producers or, in the second jargon, prosumers. Lastly, justice. The energy transition brings the consumer to the center of this transformation. The process must deliver equity and fairness, flipping the conventional wisdom around. Innovation plays a catalytic role in the energy transition. We are going to approach the concept from three perspectives. Firstly, supply-side innovation. New technologies have become increasingly competitive. The graph illustrates the significant price reductions exhibited by the downward price trends on clean energy equipment from 2014 to 2020. For instance, the cost of equipment and installation has dropped more than 80% in the last decade. Currently, rooftop PV systems for households can be installed for approximately $1 per watt, which is a very competitive price. Even though the pace of price reductions has slowed in recent years due to significant crises since the pandemic and its recovery and the war in Ukraine, this slowdown is expected to be temporary. Demand-side innovation. A revolution is taking place on the consumer interface and behind the meter. Price decreases have allowed the dissemination of solar panels. The higher acceptance of these technologies is not limited to developed economies. Several countries have experienced a high penetration of rooftop solar, the fastest growing technology. From the technical standpoint, anybody with a house and a roof can put solar panels on their top. The IEA projects that the number of households relying on solar PV will grow from 25 million today to more than 100 million by 2030 in its net zero scenario. For instance, Australia envisions that by 2030, half of its households could transform into net electricity producers. This technology has also mainstreamed access to clean energy in several countries. In Africa, even though this high penetration challenges the traditional way electricity systems have been operated, pairing solar and storage brings enhanced flexibility, and it's expected to grow significantly in the years to come. The shift towards a decentralized architecture requires an innovative thinking of policies and regulations. Net energy metering, or NEM policies, have led to increased rooftop solar deployment, but at the cost of fairness. The adopters benefit from charges based on their net electricity consumption. The challenge: utility revenues should cover energy, network costs, and non-marginal costs that include energy efficiency initiatives, research and development, and social protection programs. Under volumetric rates, NEM consumers' contribution to cover these costs are reallocated to non-NEM consumers through adjustment in electricity rates. Hence, volumetric cost recovery is quite regressive. The evidence shows that non-adopting consumers have borne an increasingly and maybe disproportionate share of the grid costs. And this undermines affordability, a major SDG 7 component. Fortunately, policy responses are available. Severin Borenstein and co-authors at UC Berkeley have conducted extensive research on the topic. According to their findings, changing the way costs are recovered can help ensure affordability. They argue that paying for most non-marginal costs through income-based fixed charges can improve equity, shifting the cost burden away from households who can least afford to pay. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and good afternoon to everyone. I will just want to quickly continue from where the previous speaker had just indicated. Of course, my experience in terms of on the energy sector and also on the water sector, it's mainly in the African rural villages, and precisely at Innovation Africa. So it will be just based on the experience here. As indicated, in the rural areas of Africa, we, in terms of penetration with regard to energy, and also with regard to the provision of clean drinking water, it is still a major challenge. And for that reason, I will be talking on the solar water pumps and as one of the example which we have been using to be able to penetrate the rural villages, but most importantly, using solar technology as one of the technologies that was able to assist us to get water to the villages, but secondly, to also address the issue of climate change, as we know that we have those challenges. Move to the next slide. So in terms of the organization which I work for, of course, in our experience, it's mainly in the rural areas, where in the villages, of course, in Africa, one of the biggest challenges that we have is lack of energy. And for us to be able to provide solutions in those villages, we had to tap into two sectors. The first sector is the energy sector, and the second one is the water sector. And in the use of solar energy, we were able to penetrate at least at minimal about 900 villages across 10 African countries, and of course impacting about 4 million people in those African villages. And why did we choose to use solar energy? And we had to use solar energy because, one, it is renewable, as indicated by the previous speakers, but we had to package it such that it is because in the rural areas, penetration in terms of provision of energy is still lacking. So we had to bring a solution that is, of course, decentralized, as the previous speaker has indicated, but it needed to be human centered. It needed to its approach. It needed to focus on uplifting the people who are found within those villages. And maybe if we can move to the next slide. We can just shift a little bit also to the next slide. I just want to. So as you can clearly see in the slides which are here, most of the villages that we are operating on, it's as you enter any village, the first thing that you see is that, as indicated, they do not have energy, but we were able to later find out that also in those villages, they do not have clean drinking water. So our approach was we needed to find a solution that will address the energy need, but also secondly, to address the need to have clean drinking water. And the technology which we were able to adopt was that we had to use solar energy to be able to pump clean drinking water found within those villages underground, and of course distribute that water to the villages. And for us to be successful in the villages or in the rural areas, we needed to ensure that we have community participation, because the backbone of any program which you bring to the rural areas, you need to have the villagers involved in its packaging, involved in its implementation, but most importantly, involved in its sustainability. And what we found when we installed these solar water pumps is that if you involve the villagers themselves, or you involve the rural areas, what the program itself or the project itself which you are bringing, it becomes more sustainable. And how we do it, how we have been doing it, is that we were providing training to the locals through their leaders. So when we enter a village, they would form a committee, and with that committee, we would then provide training to them so that they are able to have the know-how of how the entire infrastructure operates. But then one other thing which we had to do is that as we come with our skilled labor into these villages, we needed to bring a technology that will assist us to monitor all the projects across the rural areas. So we developed our own in-house a remote monitoring system, which assists us in across all the 900 projects which we have done across Africa. So that technology assists us to be able to know the amount of water which we are able to pump, from those projects. But secondly, it assists us to also it gives us live information or live data on a day-to-day basis in terms of how much energy we are generating from those projects. But secondly, how much water we are able to generate, and how much water the villagers are able to use. And with this, we have found out that it is very effective because we are able to respond timelessly into those projects. But secondly, the villagers themselves are able to fix anything that gets broken within the project. And this indeed all thanks to the live monitoring unit which we have installed. We can move to the next slide. Thank you so much. So just to summarize very quickly, in terms of our program, firstly, as indicated, we use clean energy. We use solar panels to be able to generate energy, and we are able to pump water using that. The reason for that is because in most of the rural areas, they still use firewood to be able to boil their water. So we had to have a bit of a shift away from fossil fuels and use clean energy. What we found with regard to our projects is that whenever we give clean drinking water to the villagers, there's a lot of economic development, because women in this regard, as you can see on the picture there, that women who are the ones who are really affected by lack of water, they start to of course, build small businesses. They start to do backyard gardens. They start to do bricklaying or brick making small businesses. So basically, by providing water using solar energy, we are bringing economic independence to the women and children. And of course, one last thing is, as you can see on item number 6, we are using our innovative technology, which is our remote monitoring system, which assists us across all our villages. Even if we are not there on a daily basis, that monitoring unit gives us live information. And if anything is broken, we are able to receive an alert and respond very quickly. The good thing is that the villagers are well trained to fix whatever that is broken, and we are just there to provide them support in this regard. If we can move to the next slide. So of course, if you would like to get in touch with us as Innovation Africa, the information is provided. In a nutshell, we use solar energy to provide clean drinking water to villagers in a sustainable way, with the community being fully involved. And of course, we are able to penetrate very easily into the villages because it is decentralized. And most importantly, we are able to monitor everything, including those who are providing the financial backup. They're able to see everything together with us as we provide the solutions to the villages in Africa. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks everybody. I think you can see that we've got some tremendous insight on this panel, not just in terms of their stories, but also in just how we think about innovation. To me, and we originally started with this theme of lessons from other sectors, but I think we've also evolved to think about the synergies of the sectors, and I see that as a common thread here. And it really is consistent with our goal to break down silos, think of integrative solutions, think of opportunities that present themselves. And I think everybody really captured that well. Joyce, I'll start with you. Can you tell us a little bit more about how the energy transition is really directly affecting the water sector?
Hi, Jen. Great opportunity. Thanks for the question. So today we were attending the opening session, and Csaba Carusi, President of the UN Assembly, was emphasizing the need for us to revisit the economics of water paradigm that has been in place for the last 3 decades or so. And I think to a certain extent, this connects with the discussion that we were having here on the need to adapt regulation also in the water sector to move or to adapt to this world in which we need strive to save resources. We need to align incentives. This is a goal and a change in the world that we live, and a vast political economy challenge to implement. In fact, I would like to hear your impression on that.
I would echo what you've said. I think that we, a lot of people are not aware actually that the energy or the water efficiency gains in the U.S., those standards were adopted under the Energy Policy Act, not actually a Water Policy Act. And in some ways, it caught the water industry by surprise. These efficiency standards that we put into place. So I think thinking about resources jointly is really helpful. I also thinking about stakeholders jointly, thinking about the workforce, thinking about and the opportunities Abraham mentioned. Thinking about customers, though, in particular, if people are struggling with one service, paying for one service, they're probably struggling with other services. So we need to think about people holistically as well and how we can help them. But I appreciate that. Thank you. Rachna, you said something that I like to think about, which is capacity development. I was so glad that you used that phrasing and that framing. Can you tell us a little bit more about what you see as most promising in that area? It's always been a challenge, but what's the innovation in capacity development?
Janice, actually these projects in rural Indias are to the remotest places. Those areas where earlier the roads were of very, very poor quality. So in fact, once these roads have to be constructed, so from where do you get people to do that? So the idea was to develop the local capacity. So now it has been done by setting up labs in the nearby areas so that the testing is done there, so that the people are given the opportunities to be part of those labs and they are being trained. So these things are being done locally and people are being trained on how to monitor the quality, how to test the material, how to construct the even the construction of the roads and all. So this has been done, and these labs are being set up with the help of some educational institutions and some other the research centers. So that's how this is helping a lot in developing the local capacity in the area.
I like that example a lot. And Abraham, kind of related, you talked about synergies of water and energy as well. And so we know a little bit about the technology opportunities with solar, which is so exciting. And decentralized. How about the organizational synergies? Did you find that entities are willing and able to come together, bring their expertise together?
Could you repeat the question again, Jen?
I was wondering about are there any innovations that focus on bringing the organizations together? If you've got energy providers, water providers, how do they bring themselves together to work on these problems?
Sure,
I mean, you're a facilitator, you're an innovator yourself. I guess you're the catalyst.
Yes, most definitely. Thank you so much. So I will touch in terms of in what we've been doing in Africa. So for us to be able to bring in other organizations that, for example, work in the energy space, in the water space, and also in the agricultural space, because that's another sector which we are also working at. We work with the government entities, because all civil society, for example, in the African villages where we work, have to report to government entities. For example, we have to report to the Department of Water and Sanitation. So all NGOs or entities who are in the water space, we all have to have a forum where we discuss our technologies which we are using. And those that are in the agricultural space also have to discuss that. And at the local government space, I'm responsible to ensure that all sister organizations who are either on the energy or in the agriculture and also in the water space come together and we form forums so that we can share our resources and we can share our expertise. So yes, it is doable, and we have been doing it across Africa, and we have seen a lot of improvement. Of course, I will use another example. In South Africa, where I'm based, we have a sister organization called Africa Foundation. They have been drilling boreholes using, I think they were using plain pumps some time back. And because we entered the space, we showed them the technology of using solar energy. They were able to deal with challenges such as, because they were having high maintenance costs and they were having little amount of water being pumped to the villagers because you had to play on the pump itself before it can produce water. So we were able to share those experiences, and they have improved. So yes, it is happening on the ground. Yes.
Well, I think your good work illustrates the role of the non-governmental, non-utility sectors and facilitating. And I love that concept of creating a space for innovation. That was a phrase that occurred to me too. I had a question for myself, I guess, about or somebody posed, I think Sergio, what can the public sector do? And it's an interesting challenge, isn't it? Because the answer is not just to deregulate or just to, or even, too much flexibility, as the literature would suggest, might actually be counterproductive in a way. So I think we have to get that balance of standards and performance expectations and systems of accountability with the incentives and with the opportunities to innovate. So I think it really is important to just keep revisiting our core values and our, and our priorities, make sure, that we're on track, but allow for some of that flexibility, piloting programs, facilitating exchange, bringing people together. I think regulators, going back to this nexus issue, the regulator of either sector should probably challenge the utilities that they regulate. What are you doing to collaborate and coordinate? As we know, water uses a lot of energy. Energy uses a lot of water. Storing water stores energy. So, as Joisa said, that's part of the energy transition. Let's see. If there's any other questions, you can put them in the chat, or maybe somebody can. If there's questions that are in the other chat, I don't know if we've got two simultaneous going on here, but we're good. I guess we're good. If you've got any questions, put them in the chat. But I hope your wheels are spinning for for the next couple of sessions, and that you'll continue ask those good questions. Do any of our panelists have any comments or questions for each other as we wrap up in the next few minutes? Joisa, I'll loop back to you again. You raised the issue of affordability and pricing reform, which is near and dear to me as well. And the idea that if we're going to pay for critical infrastructure, I think we have to open our minds to thinking about new approaches, new methods that will promote equity and accessibility. That we cannot be confined to maybe our conventions around economics. And I think you point out correctly, the folks at Berkeley and others thinking about some infrastructure charges that are not as based as much on the commodity, but more on using other metrics to make them affordable. Do you want to comment just briefly on that as we close?
Yes, I do. Very important. This is a topic that is very dear to us as well, and the advances or the way forward for all the infrastructures that we need to expand. But for us to think about new metrics, it's important for us to have access to reliable data. Yes. And to define proper metrics. And this is a challenge that has been discussed. It's sort of general. It applies to different geographies, but it's even more critical in low and middle income countries. And I think this is what we have to think about. How can we really disseminate knowledge and access to good quality data that will allow us, like the people from UC Berkeley, to understand how far are we from affordability in pricing network industries and the services that they provide.
Thank you so much. I hope it's something that we can continue to work on together. You have the Slido question, the poll. What was what's your takeaway? What was an exciting or unexpected idea that that you learned today that you want to mention? Somebody's typing, so that's always a good sign. Good. We're getting a couple of answers. I know for me, it was this whole idea about how much innovation is really synergistic. It just really brings home that idea that we don't innovate in silos. That is not proven to be effective. And in fact, innovation almost by definition can't be. Here's the one point, the access gap between water, energy, and telecom. Absolutely. I always find it striking in the U.S. we have a universal service policy on telecom, but not on water. The thought that public utilities have already innovated some, we always say how much it hasn't. Thank you for that comment. I think we do need to give ourselves a little bit of credit, don't we? You can see it in the hallways here at World Water Week. We are not lacking for ideas. Maybe we're lacking for resources or political will at times, but I think there are wonderful ideas and resources. Please do fill out the survey. Please do join us for the next 2 sessions where we will carry these threads forward. We'll hear more case examples and we'll hear more about both the water sector as well as other sectors. And again, we'll be very interactive, especially in that third session on Wednesday. And we look forward to seeing you all again there, if only virtually, but in person perhaps as well if you're around. So thank you so much. We're honored for your attention, and we look forward again to seeing you again. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning to all the audience that is joining us online to this second session on lessons on innovation from other sectors. On behalf of the conveners that have gently accepted to organize this session, I want to welcome you to the session. It is Fundación Getulio Vargas, Mecorot, the Institute of Public Utilities from Michigan State University, and the Inter-American Development Bank. Yesterday in our first session, we learned about the stark difference between 3 public utility services, which are telecom, energy, and water and sanitation. And it's amazing how close they are to universal access and how far away in water and sanitation we are. In today's world, more than 2 billion people don't have access to safe water or drinkable water. And close to 3.67 billion people don't have access to adequate sludge management. We learned that in those other sectors, innovation played a significant role, but through a brilliant presentation made by Jan and Professor Becher, that if you guys haven't seen the presentation, I encourage you to go to the online session and see it. We've learned the different aspects that make unique this sector, that have contributed for the slow progress, so to speak, as well as the different barriers that the sector presents in order to move forward. But there's one country, not only one country in this world, but one country that has made significant progress, not only in managing water, energy, and food through water holistically, and has ensured that their population has water security, food security, and energy security. They treat 97% of the wastewater they reuse. They use desalination. And they live, or they are in one of the most water scarce areas in the planet. And it's a region that is in permanent conflict, and that's Israel. So we're going to have the pleasure to learn how is that they managed to achieve this, what for many cities and many regions in the world seems to be impossible or a miracle. And later on, we're going to learn about what's happening in South America, in the city of Mendoza, in India, in the region of Punjab, and in Africa, in South Africa, in Cape Town. So without any further delay, I would like to give the mic to Geneva, who is our young scientific programming committee member, who has also been an important part in organizing this session. Geneva, the mic is yours.
That was Sergio. Okay, so thank you everyone so much for coming and joining the second session, as Sergio mentioned, of our seminar series. I will be your moderator today to take you through this and hopefully make it a little bit fun. As Sergio mentioned, I am the Young Scientific Program Committee member for this CB seminar series. So I've been helping to organize it. And in my professional capacity, I am a supervisor of water conservation in California for a public water utility in the San Francisco Bay Area. So a few reminders for today's presentation. This presentation is actually being live translated to Spanish, and portions of the presentation will be translated back live into English from Spanish. So I implore you all to open up your phone and download the Interprefy app. It's spelled as it is on the screen. And then you'll be able to put in the code World Water Week, WWW12011, which is our session ID. And that way you'll be able to listen in English for the presentation that's going to happen live in Spanish, or vice versa. So I do really recommend that everyone does that right now to get us so that everyone can be listening to the entire presentation. So to kick it off today, we're going to actually start with a little bit of a poll to see who's here in the room and to kind of kick us off on some discussion questions as we're thinking about learning from other sectors, as we're thinking about innovation, and as we're thinking about, what is it that causes that enabling environment for innovation. So if everyone could get out their phone, and those of you online, we do have an online audience. If you could also get out your phone and or just go to slido.com and type in our session number. I'm going to let a few more people join in so we can just kind of start to see who's in the room. And I know that I didn't have all of the possible types of organizations, so, we'll see how much other comes. Wow, we're pretty tied right now with the public sector, the private sector, NGOs. Okay. I'm going to let it go for another 5 seconds until I get one more response, maybe. Academia's going down, as Diego says. Okay, so that was an easy one, a softball, if you will. So now we're going to kind of start just getting our brains going. Do you think the management of the water sector should be public or private? Ooh, we're tied off to the races. And this is to get you thinking so that during our presentations today, we're going to be talking about our, really intelligent presenters are going to be giving some really interesting case studies that speak to some of these thoughts. And then in the Q&A later, you'll be able to ask them questions as well. So, okay, so we're, about 3/4, 1/4. Interesting. We'll see how that goes. Oh, it's sliding away. Well, for sake of time, I'm going to go to the next one. Are you willing to work on an effort now, even if you won't see the results in the near future? So one of our speakers I was talking to earlier was kind of posing this idea of, intergenerational problems. So if you have a problem today and, if my work is not going to solve it, but is going to be looking forward at a problem that might be affecting my grandkids, even me as a young professional, are we going to be working on those efforts, and are we prioritizing and investing in that effort? So everyone's saying yes. We'll see what our speakers say to that. Okay, and then finally, this is a potentially provocative, given that this year's theme is innovation that we're talking about. Is there sufficient technology to solve the world's water challenges already? Or do we need more technological innovation? So do we need more new technologies to solve the problems, or do we already have enough and we just need to, think about how we're implementing them? That was maybe a precursor. So I'm going to give everyone another 30 seconds to less than that, 15 seconds to respond to this one. And those of you online, I want to see you adding in as well. Okay, we're getting some. So this is actually pretty split. And as a preview, we're going to ask these again at the end and see if anyone has decided, thought differently after we talk about this for a little bit. Okay. Well, for sake of time, I want to get to dive in since we have some really incredible presentation content that will speak to these. So I feel very fortunate. Yes? Yes. Thank you. So the Interprify code is going to be our session code. So it's WWW12011. Thank you for asking, though, since that means everyone is joining the Interprify and will be able to understand the whole session. And I'm listening in Spanish in my ear right now. It sounds great. So, it's working. Okay. So back to where we were. I feel very fortunate to have been able to work with Dr. Diego Berger on this, to convene this seminar series. And as Sergio mentioned, Dr. Diego Berger has worked around the world in his role as an international special projects coordinator for Mekarut Water Company in Israel, to advise other agencies and other organizations on hydrology and resource management issues. So he's very, very knowledgeable in this space, and he is going to speak to us about, the evolution of the water sector in Israel, which is a fascinating case that I think we all can learn a lot from. So off to you, Diego.
Hello? It's working. Only one thing. At the end of all the session, we will make the same questions. Is to check, because we have here people from the higher education. We want to check if the people, what they learned during the session. Okay. If someone changed the way he see things. Okay. So let's start with, I will talk about the history of the water in Israel, because all the time came people to Israel to buy technologies, and the technology is only the last stage of the history. I want to show you which decision or which also policies were implemented during the whole history. I came from Mekorot, that is a national water company that was founded 11 years before the state of Israel. So now we are 85 years old, and the state of Israel is only 75. All the time we say that we adopt part of the state of Israel as a department inside the water company. Okay. So I like to put in the first slides the most important, in case someone fell asleep during the rest of the presentation. So you understand that the main thing is the management. The technology only could, solve a few, maybe 5% of the problems. Technology is not a goal. It's only a means to be more efficient and to supply water to everyone. So we have to see what is the goal that we have and to get help from the technologies. But it's not the main problem in the world, okay? The question that not all of the people has water in the world is not related to technology and not also with budget, okay? So the main thing. Other thing I want to put that there's not magical solutions. And the main question here are the problem that the management is the reflex of the education that one country has. So it's related to the value that we give to the water. And this is the main problem, how you change behavior in the cultural problem, an educational problem. Okay. So, and this is in Hebrew. It's not to check if you understand Hebrew, but this is in 48. We could only supply 10 liters of water in Jerusalem. And this is how to explain to the people in Jerusalem how to use 10 liters per day. So it's the beginning of what we call the culture of, let's say, scarcity of water. So they told the people that you had to leave 2 liters for drinking water, part of the water for cooking, part of the water for fine and cleaning, but also you don't have to throw this water. So it's also, let's see, giving the basis for the reuse of the water. So when you explain to the people how you have to use this water wisely, they will use. And this is, again, is 75 years old, this sheet. And here it is explained in Hebrew to each one of the inhabitants in Jerusalem how to use this water. Okay, that's what is the basis of the culture of water in Israel. And again, this is according to our experience. What are the 4 pillars? Because we are talking a lot about policies and technologies and innovation. This is the 4 things that we think that should be in the water sector in order to succeed. The first law is from 55, that is all the water supply and consumed should be measured. I told this is the 11 commandments. When Moses came back from the Mount Sinai, this is the 11th one that get lost, but this is the 11th. Okay, believe me. And again, since 55, we have water meters also for agriculture. When I talk about this water law or this measuring law in Latin America, the first thing that they ask me is, okay, you want to measure because you want to charge for the water. And they say, no, what you don't measure, you cannot manage. Okay. For decades, the water for agriculture in Israel was subsidized, but was measured. Okay. It's not related one thing to the other. The second thing is the water law. And it's who belongs the water. Okay. It's written that all forms of water resources belong to the public, not to the state, to the public, and this obligation of the state to manage this for the well-being of everyone. Okay? And it's written that it's not only the domestic or only the drinkable water. All forms of water of the water resources, even the effluents that we reuse, belong to the public. Okay? They saw that they see that maybe there will be other kind of water resources that will also belong to the public. It's not a private issue. The third and the fourth pillars were implemented in 2005 when we start to desalinate in large scale. Okay? So the desalination is the most expensive kind of water. So they made 2 things that are very, very, let's say, unique. The first one, until 2005, we had 8 ministries that had to deal with the water. Since 2005, we have only 1 responsible. You cannot manage the water sector with a lot of ministries, okay? And the second one, we give tools to them. That is, the water sector is self-financing. It's a closed sector. All the money came only for the water bill. We don't have any budget from the government. So we are independent from the government, okay? So the decision in the water sector doesn't have a bias from the political part of the country, okay? So I told you that in 55 we have this measuring law. We have data about the consumption of water in Israel since 58. And this is the history. Domestic and industry is going up through this is the population in Israel. In this year is when I came to Israel, but it's not that because of that the population have this inflection point. Okay, it's not related to me. Okay, so this is increasing according to the population. That is around 1.8 to 2% per year. You can see the agriculture is all time in the same order of magnitude. And at the beginning was 80% of the consumption. Now it's around 50-50. Okay. And the thing that is important here is this one. What are the policies that were implemented during the history of Israel? Okay. Since the beginning, we were talking about irrigated agriculture. So each agriculture has one connection with a water meter that is not, let's say, depending on the amount of rainfall that we have. And we talk about infrastructure and regulation. Since the 60s, was shift all the irrigation from surface irrigation to pressurized. And the same guy that make this national water carrier, that is a infrastructure project that give water from the north to the south, the same one was one of the guys that invented the drip irrigation. Okay, so in parallel, during the 70s, so let's see, 40 years ago, all the agriculture was already pressurized. We are talking about 40 years of pressurized. Okay, during the 90s, we start to reuse effluent. We are reusing now 85% of all the effluent of Israel, and in 2005, we enter into the large desalination era. Okay, so this is what happened with the reuse, and I will explain at the end how we convince the agriculture to use this kind of water, because mainly it's according to the price of the water and why I have to use this water. Mainly this water has also nutrients, okay? So it's good for the agriculture not to use regular, potable water. So this water has also nutrients and also is cheaper. And the third thing, I can assure to the agriculture sector this kind of water, because it came from, if I supply water to the city, I have this water supplying to the agriculture sector. So since we start to reuse, this is the potable water for agriculture, and this is the reuse. Since 2015, we supply, let's see, almost 50% of the water for agriculture came from reuse, and the rest is of potable or marginal water, that is saline water, for instance. Okay. And one thing that I want to point out, we don't have water rights. We have here people from Chile. In Israel, the agriculture get water according to the size of the land, in which region the hills, the type of crop, but mainly according to the availability of the water. So if we don't have water to supply in this region, you cannot make agriculture. So the parameter that limit the use of the agriculture is the amount of water that we can supply. And we can talk a little bit about, because one of the questions is that public or private, okay? In Israel, we have only one regulator, is public, totally private, public. We are let's see, we are below this or under the water authority. We are the operational arm of the water authority, and we supply water until the entry of the city. In the city, we have corporations that are also public, and they supply the water to the final consumer. But for instance, we have also a lot of desalination plants that are private. We buy the water from the private sector and we supply to the city. Okay? The main question here, who is the regulator? It's not who is supplying the water. The regulator should regulate. And this is not obvious in many parts of Latin America. So the water price in Israel was implemented in a progressive way. So during the 60s, one invested a lot of infrastructure to supply water to the agricultural sector. They said to the farmers, in 10 years from now, you will have to be more efficient because you will have to pay for the water. So it was progressively, not from one year to the other. Okay, and the price is uniform. So part of the country is subsidizing the other part. So supplying water for Jerusalem, that is 800 meters above the sea level, is expensive or more expensive than supply to Tel Aviv, that is close to the sea. So part of the country is supplying, subsidizing the same thing with agriculture. Giving water in the Arabah, that is the desert, is more expensive than giving or supplying the north of Israel that we have rainfall. Okay. All the costs are divided by the amount of water that we are supplying. Okay. But this also takes into account the development of new projects. So 30% of the water bill, that was decided in Israel, is for new projects. We have around $700 million per year for new projects, and we don't need any budget from the government. Okay. So where is the technology? We're Messi, no? Messi, where you are. So in 2008, there was a economist, they make an analysis, what happened in 40 years, 2 minutes. So in 40 years, with the same irrigated area, total water use in agriculture, they the same order of magnitude, you produce 4 times more. That's why if you pay a lot for the water, you have to be more efficient. Okay, this is the idea. So this is the quantity of what is the, let's see, the implicance of the water in the agriculture that is very high in Israel. But the main thing that I want to show you, in 2005, 71% of the water was natural, and now it's only half of the water, and the same order of magnitude is reuse of effluent and desalination. So this is what will happen according to the climate change. We will have less natural water, and we will have to close the gap with desalination and effluent. But the main thing that I want to point out, that is my before, you have to study. If we are measuring from the beginning, difficult, you have to know what are your water resources. You can't define what are the objective for your water sector. You have to plan for short and for long term, considering all the aspects. For instance, the price of the electricity. Now 7% of the electricity consumption in Israel is for the electricity, okay, for the water sector. And one thing that is you have to educate, you have to train, but the main thing is this one, and this is my last one. Good management encourage or enforce you to be innovative, but the opposite way doesn't work, okay? So if you have a good management structure, you will force the people to be more efficient and to invest in technology. But only investing in technology, you cannot solve all your problems. So I'm done. Yes. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Diego. Okay, so now we're going to look around the world, and I am pleased to invite Sergio Marinelli up to the stage. He is the superintendent of the General Irrigation Department, which is the primary water authority in Mendoza, Argentina. And he's the first superintendent to be reelected into the role. So I think he might be doing a good job. And prior to that, he's held many high-level roles in government in Mendoza, and we are honored to have him here to teach us a little bit about water management in Argentina. So take it away, and he will be presenting in Spanish. So if you have the Interprefy app up, you can choose the English option.
Thank you, Geneva. Thank you to the organization. Thank you to the Inter-American Development Bank and Diego from Ecuador that made feasible this invitation. Next, I'm going to show you a video that quickly shows what are the geographic features and climatological features in Mendoza. And the video, please.
Western Argentina. Its climate is dry, but the snow that falls in the high mountain areas generates the available water. That is why the Water Authority carries out measurement campaigns where its technicians reach strategic areas to measure snow. In addition, snow meteorological stations located in mountainous areas provide permanent information. This makes it possible to forecast river flows and plan an efficient water distribution. The General Irrigation Department is a constitutional, autonomous, and autarkic body. It is in charge of the administration of water, preserving its quality as from the river headwaters. The Irrigation Department manages primary network dams and canals until water is delivered to industrial consortiums as well as agricultural user and population supply consortiums, among others. The General Irrigation Department manages water through a model of democratic and decentralized administration. Mendoza is water culture.
As you can see, this is a very arid area. It's very desertic. 200 millimeters of precipitation. It's more like in the southeastern area. It has 6 rivers, 4 oases that are 4% only of the territory, and the rest that you can see green in Mendoza is based in irrigation. We have 500,000 hectares of irrigation. 300,000 are cultivated nowadays. There's 50,000 users. There's many areas that complicates a series of channels of 14,000 kilometers that 1,000 have irrigation and 13,000 that manage the users through their consortiums with a figure that is a province, which makes a quite complicated governance. And we also have similarities in the very beginning of what Israel did. Waters are public. All the water is public. However, we are the water authority and we manage water at a wholesale level. We have the capability of measuring always what is the hour given the historical registry according to irrigation and how the water is distributed to the different streams. And those are the ones that give the water to public services, to agriculture, and also to the municipalities for the equipment and for the irrigation. So what is needed? What we need is what we charge per annum once a year on a ticket that talks about the irrigation and the distribution of the water. How much does it cost? Because the water is free. It's not charged. So historically, it's a desert, and always from the century of there is going to be water that is going to be given in a non-continuous manner because there's scarcity, even though there's years that have been reached, hydrologically speaking. This causes why water was never missing in Mendoza, why we have never had problems in Mendoza being a desert. The water is never missing. There was availability of water there were years that were very rich, others very poor, but definitely for the last 12 years, in spite of the scientists in the world 20 years ago and local institute of hydrology have warned us about climate change and have warned us about the scarcity process that are going to be more pronounced. So we started warning, looking at statistics when we started looking at this management, that obviously we could not continue acting in a reactive manner and announcing every year that we were going to call for an emergency that was not going to solve anything in paper. Therefore, instead of seeing the mountain and working on the base of the supply, that definitely is what is needed, then we said that the water was coming down because of the causes of rivers. Irrigation was going to give us an irrigation course. So as you saw, we can say how much water exactly is going to year. We're going to see how water was falling, and we were also seeing a capacity that never reaches a third of the water in the rivers, and that way water was being supplied. We didn't take into account what were the moments and the amounts that needed the different uses that I made reference to. Therefore, you can see how the dispositions are in average, how in everywhere in the world, agro is the one that has most of the water. And this is not in the Mendoza River. This is where the metropolitan area in Mendoza is, because there we have 60% of the population. We have 1,200,000 inhabitants that have a very high consumption.
It is very, very high, and it is inefficient, the management, the network, in any of the uses that we can have, and we already have, and it is in the 50% average. This makes it being within the bad news that we have enough water for the future, because in reality they have less losses, and there's an incentive to improve the availability of water, the use of the water, and everything that is done aside from the excess. So as we manage the water, we can see from 2001 to the current year, this year is from October to September of the following year, and those colors have to do with the different ways of seeing the drought until the year of 2019, those were rich years. We had some inconvenience until 2017 that we had drought, moderate drought, and we saw scarcity also, and we had alerts, meteorological alerts, and then we started seeing that the water was starting to be scarce. And from 2019 going further, there was an important drought, and there's an important damage because the water that is provided, it's not enough even for the area. So in some type of management, we can see that there is some ways to make it more efficient, but we are waiting to receive more water. They are waiting to receive more water. So we are improving the demand, and as we have ever seen in the history, we will have. We saw a lot of snow this year, this last weekend, and we will have definitely problems if we do not have enough rain and things like that. So what we started doing, it's very simple as a methodology. We started accounting where we have the amount on the mountain that is not the same that we have on the land, and it's not the same that we have on the distributor and the channels that distribute the water, because we have the population, we have losses, we have different things, and definitely there is where we have been starting to work on the availability of the water, the information, and how every year use in particular. We have to measure. We have to measure where we didn't measure before because it's not the same, right? And we have placed goals so that in a few years we can incorporate the vision directly that allow us to see where are the losses, where we can invest, and we have changed management also because we started adopting the different inspections, knowing what is the use of soil, and we started working with the communities together with a type of census, right? And we are very exact on knowing and having the knowledge of what is the use of the soil. So Mendoza is a producer of wine, is recognized internationally, but we also have fruits, olives, and we have a lot of crops annually that have been changing because of the lack of water or administration of water. So that's why we have been losing crops, fruits, and they have been incorporating annual crops. Those have different ways of using water in different moments, different amounts than the permanent crops. So it is a rigid way of distributing the water, and it is giving the same amount all the time. And what we knew, what we had to do is we had to convince the farmers that the infrastructure was not something that they could continue doing. So, and if they continue doing that, they would not have the same amount of money. So, with the expense of water, we could see that every percent that was considered, it depended on the needs of the crops, and we could do it more efficiently. This is what we're doing, and what we're working with, a tool that we have designed at the end of the process, right? That we are in half of the process right now, because this is a permanent problem. So we're working with all of the people that manage water, that is the institution, the leader institution, and that are farmers that every 4 years, like own the association and make all of the work and give the water to the different producers and the different people that are involved. So training is done through courses and different trainings, right? That we could do with the different people and consider with the farmers, and we invite them so that they understand that the use of the water is not adequate and that they can improve it without investing, but with good practices, right? And that where they can invest all of the resources, making it more efficient and considering all of the different losses, right? So as we heard, they have an important investment this year. If it's a good year, we can get a history investment of $100 million, where the province can give all of the money back, and in 60% can be recovered. With an inflation of 140%, we do not know if this is going to be done. But in innovation, as we said before, and Diego was saying, in the management and change of vision and demand distribution, here what happens is that there's a lot of uncertainty. There's a lot of investment that works with underwater. And what we have to do is make a plan. That's what we're doing, what we're working in the legislation to make it more flexible, make a plan on the long term. That's what we're working right now. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So, moving right along, we're now very excited to have Jaspreet Talwar with us today. She is a member of the Indian Administrative Services and is currently the Principal Secretary of Higher Education for the Government of Punjab in India. But previously, she served as the Principal Secretary of Water and Sanitation and has held many other roles throughout the government too. So she has a lot of insight into the water sector in Punjab, and we're excited to have her up right now to share her thoughts.
Thank you, Geneva. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I've been given this opportunity to present the position of the water status in Punjab, in the state of Punjab. Let me at the outset make a disclaimer that the views being presented are my personal ones and they are not of what the government stand on the matter is. So to begin with, let me just say that unlike Israel, which was water short, Punjab is one of the most blessed lands in the country of India, where we had plenty of water. We have water from the mountains, where we have snow, the Himalayan mountains. So we had 5 rivers, which is that is why it's called Punjab. Panj means 5, and Ab means water. So the land of 5 waters. But after the partition with Pakistan, only 2.5 of those rivers are now left in Punjab, India side of the Punjab. But we are facing a problem, and I'll come to that. So some just basic statistics about Punjab. It's located in the northwestern part of India, and the land area is about 50,000 square kilometers. The population is about 30 million. The annual rainfall, the regions vary. So some regions have up to 300 millimeters of rainfall, and somewhere it is about 1,100 millimeters of rainfall. The state is covered with a very good canal network. So there was no shortage of water in terms of irrigating the land. So that is why Punjab has been called the granary of India, and it was responsible in a big way to make India what is called sufficient in food grain production, and it had a major role to play in that. The state accounts for only about 1.5% of India's land, but it produces about 13% of its food grain. So I think the basic thing which I want to mention here is that it is basically an agricultural economy. So the state has an agricultural economy. It's focused on that. However, so this is, you can see there are 2 major crops in Punjab. It's wheat and paddy. Paddy would be rice. So the 2 crops which we grow are those. And there is a good marketing system for the procurement of the wheat and paddy, which is in place. And that is why the farming sector is very important for us. Now, the annual intake of water, if you were to see, is majorly for agriculture. So if you can see, about 94% of the water consumed by the state is consumed by the agricultural sector. And the other major sector is domestic. And we have industry, but small industry. But as we move along and as the economy develops, more and more water would be required for the other sectors also, including domestic and the and the industrial sector. The biggest problem that we are facing today is the declining groundwater table. And if you were to look at the map, in fact, if this is a graphic representation which MECROT helped us do, they are doing a master plan for us for the state of Punjab. is that there are only two areas. If you look at the northern part of India and the southern part of India, these are the two parts where you can see that from 1948, from 1984 to 2021, how there has been a decline in the water level. It's been going down continuously. And these two areas which I'm showing here are basically the northern part is where you're nearing what is called the hill states of Himachal Pradesh and Jammu and Kashmir. So that is one part of the state which has still got water. And the other part is the southern Punjab. And this is blue because there is desalination. There is saline water and brackish water because of which the water tables are high. So it's not the best situation even in these areas where you can see the blue color. Otherwise, if you look at all the colors, there is a major decline in the water table. Now, if you were to look at the administrative blocks wise, almost 76% are overexploited. That means that the amount of water that we are extracting from the ground is more than the water which is going back again. So there is an overdraft in these areas. Now, one of the causes which we felt is the unsustainable way in which we are using our water. So although we have said that the Punjab does have a very good canal-based system, but over the years, the dependence on canal water for irrigation has gone down in agriculture, and the amount of water being utilized from the ground has increased. And one of the reasons for that was the free power to agriculture. So in the year 1997, the government decided that the power to be given to the farmers should be free. And that has brought down the water table considerably because a large number of farmers have now put in their own tube wells and they are using their tube wells for irrigating the land rather than using the canal-based water. And over a period of time, the canal system has also declined and the amount of output you were getting from the canal system, they've become old. So they need to be upgraded also. So if you would see 73% of the irrigation is now based on groundwater and 27% on canal water, whereas initially the Green Revolution was all mostly based upon the canal irrigation, which was in the 1960s. 1.4 million agricultural tube wells are there in the state. So almost every farmer has maybe one or two, or some have even more. And some smaller farmers do not have it. So they take the water from the larger farmers. One of the unintended consequences of this overdrawal of groundwater has been contamination of the groundwater, right? So we are facing issues of heavy metals being found in many locations within the state, which is also impacting the drinking water sector. So therefore, today there is a threat of desertification if we did not take sufficient steps. Some of the policy responses which the state government has taken over a period of time to control this is what I've put across here. Number one is the Punjab Preservation of Subsoil Water Act in 2009. So while we continue to grow paddy, so it's very easy to say that, diversify from paddy and get on to something else, which is more, which consumes lesser water. But you also have to look at the larger issue of the food security. So you cannot bring down cultivation just to save the water. So for this, the government brought in an act saying that at least the transplantation of paddy, which happens, should not happen in the months when the evapotranspiration is the highest. So therefore, there is a law which says that you cannot transplant up to the by the 10th of June. It's only after the 10th of June that you can transplant, so that the water loss does not happen. Because if the fields are having water in them, then the chances of loss from soil as well as from the plants is much higher. The next is that I think across governments and across parties, I think these are political decisions, are now realizing that how important it is for Punjab's future, that if the water is if we do not bring in policies which will help the farmer on the one hand, but at least maintain our water resources, which we've always been blessed with. And therefore, we have an all-party legislative committee which was set up across parties, which has given a report, and which is it is suggesting that in the long run, we should at least measure the water that we are using. So one of the suggestions is that, but there are many more to come. The next is the Water Conservation and Management Master Plan. So I think this is something which was a miss, and I think that is what Dr. Berger, in fact, when he spoke earlier, said that Israel had done it. And in fact, the Mikrot company has helped us in Punjab to make this master plan. The idea is to look at how we can have a water balance which is sustainable over a long period of time, looking at both the resources available within Punjab as well as the various category of sectors and what is their demand. So category wise demand which is going to be there. So that has been done by the state, and the report is almost ready and would be adopted by the state very soon. But as a precursor to the adoption of the report, the state is also has come out with the Punjab Water Resources Regulation and Management Act. So they've put an act into place so that we start looking at water in a more structured way, and there is more judicious and sustainable use of water in all sectors. Under this act, we have set up what is called the water regulator. So the Punjab Water Regulation and Development Authority has been set up, and this authority has been given the power to even impose, let's say, a tariff on water extraction. However, there are some exempted categories, and the water extraction strategy is that not only a charge on that, but also enabling the money and the fund which is collected from the same to be utilized towards water conservation. So that's the whole idea. And very recently, the regulator has come out with what are called the Punjab Groundwater Extraction and Conservation Directions 2023. And they relate to the industry sector where they are trying to promote, and I think I'll come to the next slide, is that they are the first, I think, regulator within India to be looking at giving some kind of credits to the water conservation by the industry. So if I set up an industry, first and foremost, the regulator has divided the state into zones. So the highest affected, the medium affected, and the green zones. And based on that, they have put an extraction cost to any extraction that will be happening. And they have also given credits that in case you conserve, on every cost of extraction, you will get a discount. So there is an incentive for the industry to also improve upon this, the water conservation techniques that they follow. And this would mean I can use it within my premises for myself itself, or I can even sell it out to somebody else, maybe say farmers outside who are willing to take the water after treatment. That means the reuse of the water. The second is that the money which they are collecting from this water extraction, they would be using for what is called the conservation measures in the public sector. So remember, all departments are being asked to look at water conservation measures, but money is always an issue. So financing them becomes difficult, but this money can be utilized so we can make our schemes and go back to the regulator and say, please give us funds. We want to set up so-and-so a water conservation scheme. Of course, the major challenge, like we said in the beginning, is agriculture. So remember, 94% of the water is still being extracted by the agricultural sector. And so far, the regulations do not apply. So the challenge is motivating farmers to use power and water for irrigation without jeopardizing the food security, especially where regulation through pricing and punitive approaches is politically and logistically challenging. So it's very difficult to tell a farmer that don't grow, please don't use the water. After all, they're growing for us. So I think the farmer is as much a victim as we all are of the water crisis. The farmer is also facing social pressure. They do understand that maybe they are using excessive water, but they also have to watch for their own economic prospects and of the state, both. And also there is a lot of, floods and other situations. So a lot of uncertainty in the agriculture sector. So one of the incentive schemes which was started by Punjab, and I think this was a unique example which we tried to follow, was what is called the Pani Bachao Paisa Kamao scheme. So Pani Bachao means save water, earn money. So this is an incentive-based scheme which was tried. This was in collaboration with the World Bank and with the Jameel Poverty Action Lab at MIT. And they did a study. And in fact, I have a report of the study also, which was carried out thereafter, where some farmers were asked to save on their energy bills by giving them entitlements of electricity. So if you have an entitlement of electricity, that entitlement, if you save upon that, you get money into your account. So with that, we found that the results were that there was a reduction in both the consumption of electricity as well as water by about 7.5 to 30%, depending from farmer to farmer. And there was no decline in the paddy yield. So this is without changing anything, you can move forward. So there's a short film that I've got for a 3-minute film if you'd like to see. And these are some of the steps of the way forward.
70-year-old Nirvel Singh has ploughed these fields for as long as he can remember. Today, he says, the water table has fallen so drastically that every year he has to dig deeper to find water to irrigate his field.
So the video will be there on the online slides, but for right now, we're going to move along so that we can have a really good time for discussion at the end. But thank you so much. That was honestly very fascinating. And so next, we're excited to bring Claire Pingale to the stage. So she is the head of strategic partnerships for the nonprofit organization Green Cape, which is working to drive adoption of green technologies and green economy products in South Africa. And although she now is leading strategic partnerships here in Europe, she used to be leading kind of the water and agriculture area of Green Cape, and was, intimately close and working with Cape Town during the Day Zero crisis a few years ago that, many of you have probably heard about. So we're going to invite her next.
Hi, everybody. I come from a nonprofit organization, and I'll be talking about the drought that really gripped Cape Town about 5 years ago now. And I think what I'm going to be reflecting on a little bit today is specifically around the work that was done in Cape Town outside of the utility. So, I think it's important to recognize the city itself and Cape Town and the extraordinary measures they went to from an infrastructure perspective, pricing, allocations of water from other sectors, etc. But I think today, just to kind of reflect a little bit on this theme and to talk about a pretty extraordinary event that happened within my city and kind of how other sectors came to the party. So you may have heard about Day Zero. This was a term or a campaign that was utilized. We had a very basically the summary of it is we had a couple of really, really bad years of rainfall, and summer is, of course, in over 2018, the early 2018, we had this forecast for a Day Zero. So what Day Zero meant is that basically the catchment area, which was called the Western Cape Water Supply System, which is a series of dams that supplies Cape Town, as well as the other users in the region. Once it hit a certain level in the dams, there would be a system of significantly reduced water supply to the citizens within the city. And I think just to say, maybe in a slightly and comparative to the other speakers here, is that within this catchment area, the urban users are the majority there. So you do have agriculture, but they only account for about a third of the water usage from the dams, and they had already been severely curtailed by this stage. So this idea of basically Day Zero, which I'll talk a little bit more about, was, as you can see from the graph there, every week we got another updated level of what the dam levels would look like, and they'd started forecasting, drawing this kind of straight line as to when this Day Zero would occur. So this was from early in beginning of February in 2018, and at that stage they were saying the 9th of July 2018 would be when Day Zero would occur. So this was a pretty radical thing for a city of 4.5 million people to be thinking about. So avoiding Day Zero really required whole new sectors within the city to think about how to organize, how to collaborate, to be able to significantly reduce water consumption until the winter rains hopefully arrived. So I think, so I'll be reflecting a little bit about the other sectors that don't normally have a very strong role to play in water management, but really got on board in this crisis. So talking about business, so your industrial, commercial, and users, as well as, of course, tourism, which is a significant factor in Cape Town, communities themselves, and academia. So I think maybe just to quickly say the messaging throughout was, well, certainly not throughout, but certainly once we hit this period, was very much around collaboration. So how do we, as all of community, all of society, kind of come together and avoid this Day Zero? And then there was also a very strong kind of fear factor component to it. So there was around collaboration, but there was also this very visual and very tangible idea of what day zero would look like. So they started setting up these 200 water collection points across the city where you would go and need to collect and queue as a citizen to pick up your daily allocation of 25 liters per person. Okay, so to talk a little bit about the business side of things. So this is where Green Cape was really focused. So, I mean, as noticed, we're a nonprofit that supports the growth of green businesses. This is not our normal day-to-day business is going and working with water users. But of course, you know, this is our city. We all jump on board and do whatever we can. So the biggest thing was around really building this resilience partnerships. So we worked with organizations across the spectrum to think about how do we each kind of segment each of our areas of strength and where can we really play a part in this. So the next step, of course, around that was really prioritizing and coordinating efforts. So, you know, from Green Cape's perspective, we've got a really strong technical team. We've got a lot of engineers in there. We were best able to speak to the industrial sector, which, of course, the water usage within industry is quite complex. It's not simply, you know, adding a water filter. It's thinking about reuse within agro-processing. It's thinking about the textile industry, etc. So really thinking about the competencies that we would have. And then we then did some really straightforward mechanisms and messages in the engagements that we had with businesses. So this is our water resilience journey, and we would go out and meet with businesses either on site or they would come to us, and we would take them through this journey. And it was really straightforward. I think anyone in the water sector would look at it and be like, well, this is obvious. But for people who've never really engaged with it, the first thing that anyone ever wanted to do was drop a borehole. And you'd be like, no. You're right at the end of the spectrum. You need to first install a meter. Do you even know how much water you're actually using on a daily basis and what you're using it for and what the quality requirements are? Okay, let's start there. Then let's think about the efficiency measures that you can gain from a behavior change. Let's add some fittings, you know, and it was like really common sense advice, nothing massively complicated, but it was just like calming the temperature down a little bit and just being a voice in the room to say, okay, let's just take this one step at a time and see what you possibly can do. And I think just to say this was I think quite a successful campaign. We met with 400 companies. We over that period, which was in total was just over a year, we managed to help reduce their consumption by 41%. And there was significant investment into the water technology sector, which is actually our key focus area. So it just shows you that even in a sector like industry, that there was even significant efficiency gains to be made in there over quite a short period of time. The other area that of course cropped up was relating to communities. So you saw these, and these are some screenshots from Facebook back in the day. But I mean, people just got involved, right? People were creating these community networks. They were helping out at a neighborhood level, and a lot of it was really based on this idea that we each have a 50 liter per day allocation. And how do we actually make that a reality on an individual level, right? So a lot of tips and tricks around, you know, how do you get your bucket out of the shower and use it to flush the toilet and things like that. So, I mean, looking at this little graph over here, or this pie chart, I mean, I was looking about your 10 liters. I was like, I don't know how we would deal with that. But it's a similar idea, right? So for example, you know, you could only have there was a song on the radio, which they timed exactly, that would be exactly 1.5 minutes long. So you could listen to the song, and then that's when you'd have to get out the shower. You're allowed to flush once a day, right? So, you know, there was a lot of like, you know, if it's yellow, let it mellow, these kind of ideas. So yeah, there was a lot of day to day, like really practical tools, right? And how do we make that a reality within our neighborhoods and actually generate action? Another area that was really informed through academia, and this came from quite a bit of previous work that was done in the economics department at the University of Cape Town that really was elevated during the crisis, was around these water maps, right? So at a household level, on a monthly basis, they would publish the data of households that were achieving their water targets, right? So a household target on average was 6,000 liters per month. So that works out at 50 liters per person per day for a 4-person household. And if you were below that target, then you get a dark green marker. If it was green, then you were just, just over, you were just under that 10.5 liters. So you were doing okay. And then if there was no dot, they didn't penalize you. They didn't put it as a red thing, but they kind of said, maybe go and check your neighbor and see what they're up to. So there was a lot of kind of social pressures that were being played out, but they were, it was obviously being done in quite a positive, playful manner. But this was really informative in terms of really bringing the tangible benefits of what you were doing as an individual and as a household, and actually reflecting it back to your community, right? And then that was, of course, then consolidated, and that information was then published on a weekly basis in a dashboard as well. So you could see not only the dam levels, but you'd see, exactly how much the city was consuming. And then, of course, every week, what was that day zero date? And was it moving out, right? This was like an obsession, right? You can imagine. So I think just to kind of reflect on the graph and how much demand was avoided and reduced, I think it's really important to see that when we're looking at a normal pattern, we're looking at around 1,000 megaliters a day or so that the city is consuming, down to what was close to 500 megaliters a day. So this was a 50% reduction in the water usage in the city over quite a short period of time. It was pretty dramatic, as you can imagine, but it was achievable, right? And I think it was really shown that, community action as well as the whole of society coming along and really putting an enormous amount of effort in can have really strong, tangible results. So yes, day zero was avoided. The winter rains came, and you can see now in the future, right? Well, the current part is that now usage is tracking up again, right? So I think what we're seeing is that, because of the climate change projections in Cape Town, it is getting drier. We are seeing a shift change in terms of rainfall. Simply reducing demand is not enough. It's a measure that you can apply at certain points, but you certainly can't keep that lever pushed down for too long. You have to develop alternative sources. And that's where the city is starting to catch up a bit between groundwater reuse and a little bit further along desalination. Thanks. That's it.
Thank you so much. I, especially as someone working in water conservation and efficiency in California, we have a lot to learn. We're aiming to get near 150 liters per person per day. We're not there. Okay. So next I'd like to invite you all back up to the stage so that we can kind of talk some about these issues more broadly. So if you all want to come on up here. Find your favorite seat, maybe get some water, get comfortable. Okay.
So we're going to the question, and we want to check it.
So, Diego, in the beginning, we were polling the audience, and one of the poll questions was about whether or not, we prioritize work on efforts now that we won't see results on in the near future. And I think, over 90% of respondents said, yes, they'll work on things now that they won't see.
They are liars.
Yeah. They're liars.
It's a liar, yeah.
I'm curious what you have to think, but also a bigger question is, if they're liars and they're not doing it, how do we prioritize our efforts?
First of all, I want to tell why I asked this question. When we started to work in Punjab, the chief minister was 80 something. And she was the one that pushed to make this the master plan. And I said, you won't see this. We are talking about 30 years from now. I wish you 120, we see in Hebrew. But it's very complicated to do an effort for something that you won't see the fruits. So the question is worse or not? So most of the people say, yes, I want to do this effort. Because to make changes in the water sector means that you have to change cultural behavior and takes time. And you won't see all in 1 year or 2 years the fruits for that. And this is the main thing, that if you, like in Israel, we are talking of water policy that lasts for 80 years. It's not changing with each government. But at the end, you will see that is worth all this effort. Okay.
Thank you for those thoughts. Yes, I do think it's a really challenging topic to really
we can ask again if they change the.
We will. We'll see where they're at.
The answer.
So I have a question next for Jaspreet. So the water challenges that you spoke to, are regional, but unfortunately, are too common around the world. So I was curious, with the rapidly declining water table and the issues of groundwater contamination that you spoke to, it seems that Punjab, may be facing or may face a drinking water crisis in the near future or at some point. How is Punjab planning to avert this, seeming eventuality?
Okay, thank you, Geneva. Yes, it is a fact that if the groundwater is impacted, because most of our water supply schemes, most of them are based on drinking water supply schemes are based on groundwater. So the first shift is towards surface water. So that's the policy decision that we give drinking water through surface water, made more schemes. Secondly, wherever we can't reach the surface water because of the distance, cost factors, their retrofitting of the existing water supply schemes with technologies is being done to give clean drinking water. I think thirdly, most importantly, is to change behavior. And for changing behavior, I think of people, it was important that a department which was purely an engineering department, which is the public water supply department, needed to become a social engineering department. So the idea was to change the thought processes, not only of the officials within the government, but even the role that they played. So we've now developed an entire cadre of people within the organization, which does capacity building of communities. So I think that is the way forward, so that they can work with the communities, and the communities themselves can look at issues of how much water to use, how to use, what are the quality issues, how to check on quality and things like that.
Just one thing that I want to. When we start to work in Punjab, I thought that Israel had a lot of wells because we had 3,000, and I call Israel the Holy Land because the number of holes. But in Punjab they have 1.5 million. So and the electricity for the agricultural sector is for free. That's what they said, that they have to change the behavior.
Yes. So that's the movement towards changing.
Yeah, I think that's very interesting. And, as someone who works in the kind of the people side of a public utility, I think that is, a really important aspect in addition to all of the engineering staff that we have that do, incredible work. So Sergio, you're speaking to, Mendoza's clearly facing increasing water stress with droughts and, aridification. And you're saying that is, the new normal almost. And so as the director of Mendoza's system, what advice do you have for other water managers around the world who are in similar situations? What would you advise them to, face more drought and aridification? A small question.
Go.
First of all, the first change we have to do is the mindset and the management. Diego va a ayudar un poco con la traducción.
Agua que uno le da, en función del agua que hay, pasar.
According to the water that exists, they'll give us the water that each sector needs.
They need another what they want. And
para esto no solamente hay que.
To this end, we have to work in what's more difficult, that is a change of concepts of people to have people that accept this new reality.
This new reality, that is the main issue.
Sino también proveer herramientas y ser firme en las decisiones.
And they should provide tools. For example, the public sector uses drinking water, and the pressure is in the population is very severe.
Is the people to use the water wisely and start to explain what is exactly. So again,
la ley nos obliga a darle al uso poblacional.
The law obligates us to use proper use of the water as a.
Todo el agua que pidan.
Yeah, but again, one of the things that they have to.
but it's not telling us to use all the water, not everything what they want, but what they need. They're using 1,800 liters per person. But what is half of them we're estimating, because it's a measure that we lose due to investments and renewal of infrastructure, half of the water is lost. Therefore, in my condition that I cannot deny is that given we reuse the water once the water comes out of the plants, therefore, this water with the right treatment, then we have secondary treatment that is going to allow us to reuse the water, and definitely is going to allow us to compensate the water with the water that we receive.
That are the leakage in the system. So,
Y al tener la cuenta de agua con la medición en todos los puntos de la disponibilidad.
So with this measurement of the availability of water along the river allows us to compensate, and we don't damage the water in the other uses.
Monitoring system in order to see how much they are using in each point. In that way, they will use wisely all this reused water.
And I think that I really appreciate that you said of we need to convince the people to use what they need, not what they want. And I think that's a challenging thing to do, but I liked that nugget that you started with. And so kind of, shifting over to you, Claire, one of the things that you're talking to Day Zero and that experience, which is, kind of the scary experience that we at least look to in California of like, oh, we don't want to get to there. But that being said, there are so many interesting lessons and takeaways. And I'm curious what you think, might be some lessons that, you experienced that could be leveraged in other situations. So like within the climate crisis or in other drought-stricken areas, around the world.
I think the first thing is that you need to have a pretty honest conversation and elevate the conversation with your public. And I think that was a major shift that happened within Cape Town, and the brand of Day Zero, right, is very powerful. So I think first and foremost, there was a big shift from kind of the city saying, hey, we got it, guys, don't worry, to being like, actually, this is quite serious. We need to get everyone on board. Then the second step is, of course, engaging in terms of what each kind of individual or organization can actually do. So what are the kind of practical steps of what you can actually do? So you get quite scared, but you're actually given the tools to make an impact on the situation. So I think giving people power in that sense is important. And then the final kind of, I think, big takeaway was the power of data. So there was an enormous amount of data that was utilized in various different platforms. And yes, suddenly every single person in the city knew where all our dams were and what a megaliter was and how much each person was using. But actually having that kind of transparency as to how we were doing, where the water was going was really, really powerful. And it made it kind of part of our individual impact, that we felt like, okay, our little 50-liter has an attribution to the overall total. Thanks.
Okay, only one thing. I think that you demonstrate that the problem is not what we have a lot of, a scarcity. When you don't have water, you know how to use. And this is the demonstration. The problem, that's what we say all the time, that in Israel we're blessed with the lack of water resources. Okay? But when you have a lot of resources, this is the problem.
Yeah, I really appreciate that takeaway and empowering our communities and also providing them with that information so that they can make their own decisions to use only the water they need rather than all of the water.
It's when we start to work in India, in Maharashtra, and the first time that I was eating, the waiter came after the lunch and said, "Do you need more food?" He didn't ask if I want more food. Do you need more food? I don't understand. What do you want? But this is the question. This is how do you have to change the cultural behavior in order to use what you need, not what you want.
Yeah, I think that's a really important takeaway. So I think kind of shifting to our overarching CUE seminar topic of, lessons from other sectors, which, we dove into a little more yesterday and a little more tomorrow, and today's kind of our focus more on water. But in that thought of lessons from other sectors, I'm curious if you all think, as panelists, would it be fair to say that, one of the lessons we could learn in the water sector is to, work with other sectors to develop these holistic approaches and to strengthen our partnerships with energy, as you mentioned, with, food and transportation? And Diego looks like he has something to say, but I'll let you kick it off, but then we'll pass it.
It's not that we have to collaborate. We are influenced by other sectors. Extremely, the price of the electricity is influencing the water sector, and the opposite is not so clear. So we had to learn, yes, to use less energy, but it's not to collaborate with them, to use them wisely, and this is the main thing.
Okay, and do you have any comments on that?
So I think the very fact that what I explained was that the issue was not water. The issue was the subsidy bill for the state out of the GDP was a very large percentage was the power subsidy that you were giving, and that you could control. If you could control the subsidy, you were actually controlling water in the sense what will be the water extraction. So I think that Pani Bachao, Pani Kamao scheme aimed at one thing, but gave a benefit to the other. So there is a lot of interlinking between two departments.
Because you have a lot of water. You understand that 90% of the area of Punjab is agriculture. When you can during the monsoon, you are walking on the swimming pool because it's paddy, it's rice, everything. So because you have a lot of water coming from the Himalayas. So this is the original thing.
But at least we've woken up to the problem, and I think we are looking at resolving the issue. That is why the regulator, and that is why the regulation in water now.
Yeah, and I guess kind of similarly, how have you all worked across sectors or with other sectors within your jurisdiction, and how has that helped? And I think maybe Claire, you might be able to speak to this since you don't just work in water. You're working across a lot of different types of industry, and let me.
I think it's interesting because at this point right now, is that we had a really good winter. There's been a lot of rainfall, so no one cares about water, right?
Same in California.
Yeah. So it's and everyone wants to talk about energy. We've got an energy crisis, and of course there's a lot of work around moving to more renewables. So it's tricky I think you also have to appreciate that you have to time it, right? It has to be based around something that's kind of real. So like bringing in other people from other sectors, that intersectionality needs to be relevant. And I think trying to keep people's attention for a long period of time is really difficult. But I think trying to kind of think about like how do you create mechanisms and measures that have a longer term impact are the really important things to notice, and not be too upset if not everyone wants to talk about water all the time.
A fantastic statement at a water conference. Okay, so I do want to, have time for audience questions. So for those of you who are online, you can type your questions into the chat. And those of you here in the room, we will take questions with the mic, so we'll be able to take those. And I do have more questions for the panelists, but I want to share my time. So does anyone have any questions for our panelists? And let me.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. I'm Ala, and I work at the Technical University of Munich. Thank you for the great panel. Perhaps my question, or it's more of an observation, because I've been working in the water sector, and I feel there is a lot of focus on raising awareness for the end user, and let's say for people who use water, but coming from the Middle East, and Diego understands that people, for example, in Jordan, they receive water only one time a week, so they understand the scarcity of the situation that we are in, and they take that water, they only receive it once a week, and they ration it throughout the 7 days for their different use. So definitely I do understand there is need to raise awareness for people who work in the agricultural sector, for example, but I do believe as well there should be a focus on raising awareness for people who work in the government, and not the high-level decision makers, such as ministers, for example, but people who are in the middle, like the employees in the ministries and people who are actually responsible for making decisions, and they are let's say, the middleman. Just based on my experience, there is a lot of like work related to awareness that can be done for that level of decision makers. I'm just wondering, is this something that you've done before or you attempted to do, and what could be the best mechanism to change their behavior? Thanks.
We are working in many places of the world doing master plan. And when we talk about this, what I show you, this 4, or even in Punjab, it's like you want for a diet. You want to lose weight from here to, I don't know, 10 years. The problem is the process, because not all the people understand what is the process. And that's why we ask if you want to make an effort for something that maybe you won't see the fruit at the end. And this is the main thing that you have to, at the beginning, is to be sincere with all the people, to make clear, to see if we continue, it's what we say, business as usual. It's like the Titanic. We will crash, okay? So we have to change the behavior, but that should be from the change in the culture and the education. This is the main thing. And to make policy on the long range. It's not that every government, like, is one of the things in the Latin America, that every government that comes change the water policy. We are talking about water policy that should be last, I don't know, 80 years, but at least 2 decades or something like that. Okay.
Jaspreet, so here in Jaspreet, do you have any thoughts also as, higher level water managers, to her question of kind of how are we empowering and, increasing knowledge in that kind of middle employee level person?
So we do have trainings for officers. So for example, if this project has been done, it would not have been done at the highest level. The planning may have been done at that level, but the implementation would actually be by officials who are in the middle rung or at the lower rung, who would then be interacting with the farmers. So this exposure would obviously then be shared with the others who are located in the non-pilot area, to be able to understand what is happening. So there are trainings happening, so, and I think it's a society which has to understand. It's not just the government sector alone, so it's a holistic view that you need to take. Because we are all a part of society. We are not any different from them, so.
Yeah, but one thing that I want to add to you, that at the end you have to build this trust between all the parts. Because if you don't trust in the government that will do the right thing, so it's impossible to make these changes. Okay? And this is the behavioral problem.
Si me permites, para mí, en Mendoza, por ejemplo, es fundamental lo que en
For example, in Mendoza, it's basic. There's a lot of users on the head. It's core to understand the same information. And I feel that it's very important to generate an information system to intervene the different actors and players, researchers, academicians, and at different levels that will allow users, these that we were mentioning, that people are pending and seeing how much water they had, and in Argentina we ask how much is the dollar every day. So this is information that's very important.
Once a week. Let me just say, all the multilateral agencies who are funding for 24/7. So I think somewhere there's a mismatch between the expectations and what is being planned and what is to be executed. Because in the water sector, we believe that if you give water twice a day, it should be good enough for them to manage their water. Whereas when the multilateral agencies fund it, let's say the World Banks or the other financial agencies, they are looking at 24/7 supply. Now, 24/7 supply again means that I have enough water all the time. Should I move towards 24/7, or should I move towards what is the balance between the two? So there are lots of issues which need to be considered there.
Okay.
Thank you. I will address a question to Claire. Where you will be able to develop an early warning system to help other cities to prevent itself from a 0 day?
I'm available. I've got a business card here that I can give to you later. No, I mean, I don't think it's a template that we've applied, but I do think the utility itself has kind of shared its experiences. I mean, like I said, they've also done a lot of, they did a lot of infrastructure work and things like that, pressure management, which had huge implications. I didn't even talk about the what were called water management devices, which restricted flow for excessive use households, etc. So, but yeah, it's not something we've tried to replicate because, I mean, perhaps I'm wrong, but it seemed like quite an isolated incident at that point, but possibly in the future it'll become more recurrent. I'm not sure, and then we can try and help.
Maybe they just have at the beginning to panic the people, to transmit that they have to panic, so they use less water is the first thing.
But it comes with political risk, right? So our mayor lost her job during this crisis, right? And there's definitely linkages there. So, and this is tricky. So you can see other cities elsewhere in the world, their dam levels are even lower than, like that 10% withdrawal limit. And yet, you don't have this nearly that kind of same sense. So it's a risky strategy, and often politicians are not that keen to play that game. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rohan. I'm from Maharashtra, and I have a couple of questions for Jaspreet ma'am, please. The first one was with the overutilization of the groundwater resources and desertification. Do you see that there's a increasing risk of conflict with Pakistan as grounds because we are sharing water resources?
I don't think so. I think it's our own issue. So I think we should be handling our own issue on our own. And I don't think it's because of that. But yes, there are water sharing issues, which I think the governments are working on the surface water. So these are, I think, local issues which need to be resolved. But more than that is, I think a behavioral change is what is required by everybody, and the acceptance of the fact that there's a problem and we need to resolve it, I think.
And not only between countries, also between provinces in Argentina or in many places of the world. The hydrological borders are not exactly like the administrative or the borders that we have.
En nuestro caso, por ejemplo, la ley tan vieja no contempla el aspecto ambiental.
In our case, we don't foresee the environmental area in Mendoza. Recently, the National Constitution in 1984, in our case, we are also trying to incorporate the environmental matters and incorporate the environment with a new user. And in the master plan, we've foreseen the recovery of the environment.
So the rest of the province and.
Okay, I hate to cut off a good discussion, but just due to time, we're going to have to wrap up our panel discussion and our session today. And so, first and foremost, I want to thank all of you for being part of this session and for providing really kind of different cases, but all looking at kind of these similar issues around water management. I think that it really provides different takeaways for a lot of different players in the room, whether we're working in systems that are providing water once a week or, we're in countries where we have similar water stress. I think there was a lot to have learned. And kind of with that thought, especially with the CIWI seminar series that are trying to get at the theme of World Water Week and this year, that is innovation. We're trying to ask everyone, what kind of are you taking away? What is, maybe one unexpected idea that came up during this session? And I'm curious to hear what you all have to say. So I have one last poll question on the screen for everyone to join in on. And it could just be one little thing, is there something that was new to you or something that you're like, I hadn't thought about it that way before? Feel free to share, because I think that I liked that. Less is not necessarily bad. I think, Diego, your little nugget comment on, we're blessed with less water, it was really funny but also sometimes true. And yeah, transboundary collaboration. I think is really important and necessary. And the power of scarcity to change behavior and to move politicians. These are all super interesting things that we're pulling up. And so with that, I invite you all to come to our third session tomorrow. It'll be next door in C3, also at 4 p.m. I know it's the end of the day, but we appreciate you all for coming. And for those of you around the world, I know some of my peers are logging on. It's almost 8 a.m. in California. So everyone join us tomorrow in C3 so that we're going to try to really apply lessons from other sectors and have a kind of collaborative discussion to the water sector and think about how we can take some of these learnings. What are the learnings and what do they mean for water? So I'll leave you with that. I want to really thank all of our conveners and all of our panelists, and we hope we see you again tomorrow. Thank you all so much.
Greetings, whether this is morning, afternoon, or evening to you. Today marks the conclusion of our journey through the seminar series, Lessons on Innovation from Other Sectors. Driven by a shared vision as members of the Scientific Program Committee, Sergio Campos and I embarked on this journey over the past year. Along the way, we've been joined by exceptional individuals who have contributed their brilliance to our cause. Geneva, our talented young SPC, Marcello Bassani from IDB with the steady support of Rafael. Let's not forget Leonela, the maestro of today's proceedings. Janice Beecher and Matthias Finger also joined us, bringing inquisitive minds to explore the intricacies of network industries, navigating the uncharted waters of innovation in the pathway to a decarbonized economy. In the context of this transition, pursuing fairness remains an essential yet unfulfilled objective. Yesterday, Janice and I had an enlightening conversation with Joan Rose, another SPC member, who shared the uplifting feedback she received from numerous participants of this World Water Week. The water world has attracted renewed interest, with more individuals eager to venture in the sector. All of us share a commitment to SDG 6, and the sense of urgency within the water community is noticeable. The moment calls for the harmonious convergence of both public and private capitals, guided by effective regulations and empowered by technological advances. Allow me to share a recent personal experience. Last Friday, my flight to Stockholm was delayed due to a technical glitch in the aircraft. With only a daily departure from Rio, the airline faced a challenge. The necessary technical expertise was not available locally. The solution came through a digital twin connecting technical experts in Amsterdam with local people on the ground. The concept of digital twins, once considered a distant future, now bridges the gaps in our daily lives, contributing to improved operational performance even across oceans. This reality resonates deeply with me. Over a decade ago, I established a center that has since evolved into a dynamic force. More recently, we launched a new initiative leveraging data science to develop knowledge on infrastructure. We've collaborated with utilities over the past years through applied research, driving AI and machine learning projects to enhance efficiency and resilience through network industries. The projects span the entire value chain. From understanding the impacts of climate change on assets to holding and aiding companies in strategic decision-making while collaborating with regulators to advance regulations. During a tech session held Monday morning, Waterplan, a startup company, introduced a project reminiscent of an electricity venture we are also extending to water. Indeed, we are effectively harnessing
knowledge we have cultivated across sectors, including water, energy, and transportation, focusing on sustainability. In a recent conversation, a fellow SPC member referred to us as connectors. Janice, Matthias, and I are indeed connectors. The same concept applies to today's speakers, Rosanna from E+ Energy, Tobias from IKEA, and Sushi Vora. Our focus may pivot between industries, but our commitment to learning and disseminating knowledge on water remains a constant. But rather than continuing to dwell on my narrative, I urge you to join us in launching the session we've crafted to captivate and engage you, starting with Marcello and Will, who I invite to join the stage. Thank you.
Hello. Well, hi everybody. I'm very pleased to be here. I'm thrilled to be here with my colleague and friend, Will Sarney. I think he doesn't need introductions. He's possibly one of the greatest advocates for water in the water sector in this modern, complex world we live in. So, Will, how are you?
I'm tired. How are you?
I'm exhausted, by the way, but please.
I thought I'd be transparent with you. No, I'm good. It's great to be back. I was not here last year. And it's good to see friends and exchange ideas.
Absolutely. So we have 5 minutes, basically.
I thought we had 7.
Well, now 6, I guess, maybe?
Well, we're burning it up quickly by banter, so I'm sorry, dive into it, so to speak.
Hey, we have 5 minutes to change the world, to transform the sector. So, I want to ask you like 3 questions tonight. And the first, we have been hearing a lot this week that the sector is slow to innovation, is slow, is difficult, is complicated. Why do you think the sector, if you think so, why do you think the sector is slow to open up to innovation? Why is it difficult to innovate in the water and sanitation sector?
Well, I think you know my answer to this, that yes, the water sector is slow to innovate. I believe it's slow to innovate for a couple of reasons. One is that it's just like every other industry sector. There is an installed base, the status quo, that will resist fiercely innovation. It's just the way it is. So the question is, how do you change the installed base of stakeholders that really have no incentives to innovate? The second is that, on one hand, the water sector is not unique, and it's also very unique. It's a public health issue. It is a very visceral issue. It's got multiple dimensions and so on. So I think it's really a matter of it's just like every other sector. And then on the other hand, it's very unique based on, some very human attachment to water.
Absolutely. I think you're very right, actually, at this point. I think regulation didn't help much up to now because, we are very worried also to guarantee the access to a basic human right, which is water. And possibly this, has played a little bit against opening up a little bit to innovation.
Yeah, it's, no one wants to take a risk, whether you're in the public sector, utility sector, or even industrial users. Although, they appear to have a greater appetite for at least experimenting with innovative technologies and innovative business models. So, I think in terms of how do we pull the levers to accelerate innovation in the water sector, and we draw from the renewable energy sector, I believe here, is that deliver solutions directly to customers and consumers, democratize access to data, actionable information. I think if people really knew what the issues were around water, like real-time water quality at the tap, instead of, just ingesting it and not knowing what the quality is, it would be a game changer. and you would mobilize the consumer and customer base in a very different way.
Absolutely. And actually, I take you a little bit to dig a little bit more on other sectors. Why do you think it's so important to learn from other sectors?
Well, you know, to go back to we're not that unique, yet we are unique. So it's, you know, what can we learn from, I would say, power generation in particular? And you know, one thing that I tend to focus on is digital technologies. So digital transformation, regardless of the sector, has a lot of similarities that the water sector faces, and I guess it's time. So I don't know. That was the fastest 7 minutes.
It was very, but the content was great.
Yeah, well, I don't know about that. I feel like we could keep talking.
But I'm going to steal 30 more seconds. I think there's one question that is burning, and I think it's very important to address it. When we talk about innovation, we talk about failure also, you know, a trial and error. Can we afford failure in the water sector? And is it possible, do you think, to learn from failures from other sectors?
Yeah, I mean, failure is important in the scheme of things, you know, and minimizing risk. Again, it's a public health issue. If you're a utility, you want to de-risk technologies, but there are ways to do that. So yeah, failure is important. Unfortunately, if you're a startup, the probability that you will fail is incredibly high. But that doesn't mean you don't learn from it. And those failures, have an impact in changing thinking and behavior and so on. So, yeah, failure is an important part of it, and how do we learn from it, and how do we ensure that there's an impact that changes the status quo and gets the installed base to relent.
Thank you, Will.
Thank you, Marcello. Good to see you.
Leo, please come to the stage.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Joysa, Will, and Marcello for this wonderful opening of this third session and last on learning on innovations from other sectors. My name is Leonela Barreto Dillon, and I'll be your moderator today. So, guess what we're doing today? We are going to listen from what other sectors have done, and then we're going to try to see what can we learn and what can we do then in our water sector. So we have divided this session into two parts. Okay. So the first part, we will have the energy sector, the consumer goods sector, and the transport sector. So we will listen from their case studies. How have they actually managed to innovate? So we will have Rosana, who will be joining us from Brazil, and she will tell us about digitalization in the energy sector. Then we have IKEA. Listen to this. IKEA is in the room, and we will hear how do they innovate, and we want to know how they do it, how they manage. And then we will have Matthias, who will tell us how they have tackled issues, problems in the transport sector, and how they have actually innovated. So after each of these questions, these inputs, we will only answer one question. Okay? So you all please sing in our Slido platform, and as our speakers talk, then ask questions, and only one will be answered. The one with more votes. Okay? Yes, we don't have much time. So we will do this 3 times, and then it will be your time to work in, let's say, in pairs, in groups, in your tables, thinking, so what have we learned from what Matthias, Tobias, or Rosana said, and how can we implement it in our water and sanitation sector? So you will be writing your inputs of, what can we do? How can we apply these learnings in Slido? And then we will have a plenary session here discussing your inputs. That's the first part. Is it clear? All right. The second part, we will be with Suchi, who will tell us about the culture of failure. It will also be very dynamic, and so we ask you to please keep tuned. And then, we will be talking about that. And finally, Janice will be here with us, telling us the key recommendations, how to innovate in the sector. Is that okay? Sounds good? All right. So without further ado, we will ask our friend from Brazil, Rosana. Rosana, hi. So Rosana is the Dr. Rosana Santos, Executive Director of E+, Energy Transition Institute in Brazil. So the floor is yours, and please make some questions. Thanks.
Hello, everybody. I think someone will pass the presentation. So I thank for that. So I'm after many years working in the utility sector, in electricity sector. I decided to join the third sector, the civil society sector, which is the E+, which is a quite interesting point of view because you see all the sectors integrated and how things make difference in people's life. So I'll share with you here what I'm sharing with you is a little bit of my experience, my whole life experience in the electricity sector, but in particular my 3 last years that I spent with Enel, working on some digital solutions that Enel is being used around the globe. So I hope I can bring some insights. Of course, it's a huge problem that we have. There are lots and many of solutions in different parts of the sectors, but I'll try to bring some insights, okay, just to foster discussions afterwards. So what's the problem that we were always dealing with when we are working in this network world? First, it's a problem of you solve and you dimension your system to attend peak demand and to avoid congestion. But sometimes, and in the lower demand part of the day, then you have a lot of infrastructure that is simply there and not being used. And this is not as efficient as it could be. There is also, because of energy transition and everything that we are facing in the energy sector, we need a lot of operational flexibility, meaning we have to shift from one source to the other. We have to increase one source and diminish the other in order to avoid the service to stop. And also, there is a very important, it's being more and more important to give the final consumer the right price signal. Even if it's a subsidized price signal, it has to be the right one. So how are we going to get all those things with the traditional technology that we were used to deal with like 10 years ago? And on the consumer side, there is a high and a growing need for a control over the electricity bill itself, meaning the consumer has and want to be more in control of what they are paying at the end of the month. In the end, this is that. And to have tools to control that and to use their behavior in order to moderate their electricity bill. Also, they want more, what we say, the consumer empowerment, meaning they want to buy energy from different suppliers. They want to be able to sell some service to their grid. Why not? And there are a bunch of things that we are trying to solve here. So next slide, please. So what I bring here is the innovation here is the digitalization. First, this square, the yellow square here is the electricity grid, the entire electricity grid, from the generation point of view to the consumer point of view. All the purple rows, more or less purple, dots that you see on the graph is where the electricity sector has added digital interfaces. Meaning you have now more data on how much energy is being produced at each second of the day, how the transmission lines, the presentation is gone, how the transmission lines are working, how are the consumers consuming, what are their demand curves, how overcharged are the grids, for example? Are they in an overcapacity? Do they have enough capacity to attend a certain amount of consume? And in the end, for example, at household level, then when you digitalize the interface between the household and the grid, you have on-time and online information on how that consumer is consuming. If the consumer has, for example, auto production of solar auto production of energy, for example, of electricity, you know how much they are producing. And on the other hand, the consumer has much more influence and knowledge about their own consumption. So what I say is that data is good, more data is key, and on-time data is heaven for the ones operating the system. And this was a huge innovation because it brings a lot of operational efficiency and decreases, in the end, decreases the total capex, or the total tax that we say that you need, the amount of money that you need to operate the system. Next slide, please. So going into going to very quickly into what Enel has done up to date. Enel has more or less 45 million smart meters, the one that was marketed there, installed in the world. So a lot of experience. Mainly Spain and Italy are our, let's say, our field or test field is where we tested a lot of different ways of doing this smart metering, and including in Italy, for example, this smart metering is also measuring water, and it's also it's electricity, water, and other services can be measured by the same meter, meaning that you can share the cost of the meters with other sectors and integrate everything in a single meter. And the consumer will have control on the gas bill, water bill, and electricity bill in the same meter. This is possible with the technology. Next slide, please. It's a lot of possibilities that you have. For example, during COVID, it was really, really important, the smart metering, because when you had to recover a system, to cut or reconnect someone, you could do that remotely. You don't need to go there and do on time and in-person readings, for example. You can do it remotely. You have a sensor that says to you if there is a problem in the grid, or if there is not a problem in the grid. But I'll concentrate my chat on those two things that I put in square here. One is, can you enlarge it, please? Yes. One is the multi-services metering that I mentioned before. And the other one is some of the things that this smart metering can enable. It enables the customer, the consumer, to do what we call demand response, meaning if the utility asks the consumer to decrease demand in a certain point of time and pay for that, then these customers decrease the demand, and you don't have any kind of overcharge or overuse of the grid, okay? Then the consumer has on-time and online demand curve assessment, can project and compare with the neighbors to know if they are consuming more or less than the neighborhood, in order for him to understand if he's consuming above average level. And you have also a bill control, efficiency on bill control. We did a small test, and this is real time, okay? We did a small test with a bunch of smart metering in a region in São Paulo. It's about 300,000 meters that we installed in the region. And by giving the consumers the right information, they could decrease, in average, their electricity bill by 6%. This is not neglectable, and it's a huge, I think it's a huge success from the consumer point of view. Next slide, please. Then Joisa was saying, this is another point that I want to bring. Joisa was saying about the digital twin. So what also in São Paulo, what was done is Enel had digitalized the grid, meaning there is a digital twin of an entire neighborhood, from the underground level to the ground level, and also at the air level. Meaning, for example, if a tree is growing, is there, you know which kind of tree it is, and you know the growth rate of that tree. So you can plan to go and cut that tree when it's necessary. With the underground, underground mapping, we can know where the gas pipelines are, where all the water pipelines are, and plan all the interventions in the city in order for one not to interfere with the other. So it's a great tool. And also, for example, you can train all the electricians and everybody in that grid, because you have a digital twin. You can play and train everybody. So this digital twin is something that is being used for operational efficiency. Just one last slide and I finish, please. This last slide is what are the barriers? So it's complex communication protocols, meaning you need Wi-Fi, internet, radio, and so on. So all those protocols, it's a very technical thing, but it's very important. But then the other four is keep the consumer-centric solution, meaning you should never forget that in the end, you have to have a culture that involves the consumer, that trains the consumer. Cost and price impact, which can be controlled if you go for mass deployment instead of only pilot projects. And in general, change management, meaning the government doesn't know that, your employees doesn't know that, your customer doesn't know that. So you have to work in a network of communications and well-fed information for everybody in order for this to be something useful for the society. This was done in Italy. This was on the process of being done in São Paulo. That's it. Thank you.
All right. So, yes, is there, I'm checking, there are two questions that we have asked. Let's see next. All right. Okay. So I'm going to just pick the first one. Rosana, are you still with us?
Yes, I am. I'm here.
It says, how can regulation prevent the consumer from overpaying? Is the technology really beneficial to electricity users? Sure, please. The answer.
There are good cases and bad cases in this regard. Sometimes you can, for example, the example that I've given in the consumer having more detailed information on how he is consuming and controlling this consumption, they can have up to 6% decrease in electricity bill. But for example, if you go for a really complicated time of use tariff structure, the consumer doesn't really grab all the details there, and this might be not an issue. So your answer is not a one answer. That depends very much on the case. Okay, sorry for not being straight, but it's a huge answer here.
Great. Thank you very much, Rosana. Thank you for joining us from Brazil. And don't go anywhere. We have a workshop later. But now we're going to call to the stage Tobias Svanberg. He's an innovation leader in the water and at IKEA in Sweden. So tell us, how do you guys innovate at IKEA? Welcome.
Do I run this myself? Yes, IKEA is in the room. Yes. We at IKEA, we actually do all we can to reduce our water use across everything we do. Not only product range, which is my focus area. Should I be closer?
Please, close.
Oh. Not only on product range, but also we are rethinking our food, the IKEA food range. We are rethinking our materials we're doing. We are rethinking our supply chain. We look on water as what we call a strategic topic, part of the bigger strategic subject of climate. That's where the water topic sits in the agenda. And it all starts with the IKEA vision, to create a better everyday life of the many people. And that's where actually the first learning I want to share is coming from. The company culture or any organizational culture is really important for create the change, to enabling an environment where you encourage change, you encourage what we call create a better. For us, that is continuous improvement, something that is, you need to continuously evolve and do things better. To continue to do that, you need to innovate. So that's already stated in our vision. And for the many people, for us, that means affordability, reaching the many with a low price so all can use it or, of course, purchase our products. That's another important part of the culture itself is to encourage or at least accept also failures. Because when innovating, you will most probably fail more than you succeed. Then it's very important to have a company culture in totality that is accepting this and even encourage failing. It helps you and encourage you moving on. Let's put this a little bit in the context why IKEA work with water. And I don't need to state the obvious to this audience, I think, either online or here, about water scarcity and water stress. But a couple of years ago, when we did our internal research, we found out that 400 million of the IKEA visitors, our visitors to our stores or our customers, they live in high or even extremely high water stress. That is, of course, the starting point why we strategically start to work with water and try to make products, solutions that helps a more water efficient living. I'm on the wrong paper, that's why, yes. And a little bit depending on how and where you live, you use water a little bit differently. But we know if you generalize Europe, each of us here, we use about 150 liters per person per day, every day, all of us. And then how do we use that? We flush down about 40 liters per day. We use almost 20 liters just for laundry, cleaning our clothes and so on. Most of what we shower, and we use 60 to 80 liters just while showering. And that we do every day. And learnings from this, for this audience, is the importance to have relevant insights to what you do in your organization, what your topic is and how you address it. To have the relevant insights, knowing where to act to maximize the impact. And for us, this is, of course, we want to focus on shower. That's where we can maximize the impact to make a better impact and better results. I realize I need to speed up a little bit. Okay. I want to share 3 different water projects or innovations we are doing. I start with something we called Åbäcken, a water nozzle. This is a small water nozzle that retrofits to any tap in your home and drastically reduces the water flow out of the tap. Our learnings in this is for us from the beginning where we set price target. We keep that price target, which is rather aggressive. You see it there. That is one of the absolute key learnings. To achieve the result and manage the product itself, we needed to open cross-borders, cross-industry new collaborations. And in this example, we worked with a very, very small innovator or a startup company. And in the later stage of the project, we needed to bring in an industrial expertise to make the splitting of the water to enable that mist coming out of that nozzle. So opening new collaborations from all different levels. Learnings from this one. Second one is a Svågan. It's a water meter. It's also a retrofit solution that we like in IKEA, of course, that you can install it to any product in your home. This one measures in real time while showering. It attaches to a shower mixer like you see on the picture and measures in real time the time you spend in the shower, how much water you're using, and also the temperature. And here we want to more drive awareness and encourage people to to understand how long time do you spend in the shower and so on. The product itself doesn't change anything. It doesn't influence the water use or anything. It just drives awareness. And by this, we want to encourage and inspire to a behavior change, where you get an idea and you realize something that you might not knew about before. Rosanna mentioned in one of the slides a competition, for example. This is a very interesting takeaways we get from product tests on this. Within the family, suddenly there is a competition. Who can shower in 12 minutes? Who can do it in 6 minutes? And suddenly someone doing it in 5 minutes. This is driven by the awareness, of course. This is an interesting learnings that take away this gamification part of comparing and competing a little bit. A third project, it's not a product yet, it's a project. It's what we call the water recycling shower. It's a little bit another level of complexity. Here we want to disrupt and really change the way we shower, and we want to create the future of showering. Jump over a little bit to be fast here. Our learnings on this project, which is much more complex, when we do product tests with this product, it's obvious when people realizing that you save water, but you also save energy. And when you save energy, you save on your energy bills, and then save money. Money talks. Money is directly relating to people. And when you see that benefit, you quickly overcome the border of installing a rather complex product solution. So here the learning is money talks. So summarizing, repeating a little bit. 30 seconds. Affordability, already mentioned, super important. We work with set a price target on our product solutions from the beginning. Make the benefits visual, obvious to the users. Why should I do this? It's coming back to me immediately. Convenience. To have any chance to change behavior, habits, it needs to be more convenient than the way you did it yesterday. So convenience and limiting the obstacle to the max to make it as convenient as possible. Collaboration, as mentioned before, cross sectors, cross industry, cross different people with different experiences, all the way from creative innovators to industrial experts. New collaboration is needed to create new innovations. The company culture or the organizational culture is really important as well to encourage to do things differently. And make it fun, inspire to a change. That's the most important maybe in our work. Thank you. Super quick.
Thank you very much, Tobias. So we have 2 questions, and I'll just pick one because the votes are the same. They say, okay, to IKEA. Do you have any data that shows installing a water meter on the showers results in using less water?
Not yet proven on big scale on this product, but we know from insights previously by smart metering, where you inform the user on daily basis rather than monthly or bi-monthly the water bill, you can get savings up to 40% of the totality of water savings. So this awareness, what you use, drives a dramatic change of your use.
All right. Thank you very much. He will be around, so thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll go to our third case. It is, let's see, okay. So we will ask Matthias Finger. He is professor of the Istanbul Technical University, and he will tell us about the transport sector and what can we learn from them. Welcome, Matthias.
Thank you very much. I was asked to introduce myself a little bit, but I'm not going to read. You see, I have several hats. There are 2 main things, I think, that are important in my career. Interdisciplinarity. I work in infrastructures. They are technology, they are economics, and they are politics. And if you don't link them together, you don't understand the issues in infrastructures. They're always technological and institutional issues. The second point, along my career, I came more and more, and that's the last point there, into a systems view. Everything is related. Water is energy. Transport is energy. Energy is transport. They're all the telecommunication. Digitalization links everything together. So, and because of densification, all these infrastructures are actually highly related to each other. You cannot dig up the ground without running into pipes of different sorts and cables and things like that. So, I could have chosen another example because I started my career in the postal sector, but I opted against it because, are you still writing letters? Maybe that's not a good learning. So I opted for urban transport. What is the problem to solve? The problem to solve is congestion, pollution, the car in the city. It's not really the car itself. It's the ownership of the car. The fact that everybody owns an individual car, which is used about 4% of the time on average, filled with 1.2 people. A highly inefficient thing. Okay? You can hardly find anything more inefficient than the individual car. Of course, people need to move. We need cars. But maybe it would be good to have them more filled, better used, not standing around and using space that can be used for other things, green infrastructures or housing. So this is a systemic problem because I took the picture also. You have the metro here, you have the car, you have the pedestrians, they cannot cross. You have the public transport. Maybe those are public transport buses. Maybe they're private. You don't really know. But there you have so many different actors, and none of these single actors can solve the urban congestion pollution problem. Much more acute than in Stockholm, but go to an emerging country. So what is the innovation? The innovation is first of all, a technological innovation. I'm coming back to the digitalization. I think digitalization is something that helps. Yes, that helps. I try to put my watch, but it doesn't really work. So please show me. So digitalization has the potential to link all these separate actors that are uncoordinated, that operate in their own silos. But of course, it takes entrepreneurs to make that happen. It doesn't just happen by itself. It's not there's no techno fix. So the digitalization has the ability to link the different transport actors around the city, including the individuals who walk. 40% of the distance in the city is still done by walking. So all that is, and there's congestion on the walking as well. So the innovation is called mobility as a service that you get on your app. The inventor, I wouldn't say of the thing, but of the concept of mobility as a service comes from Finland, from the technology, from the telecom sector. And you know, he basically said, thanks to a digital interface, we can better coordinate. You get a service on your app in the same way as you get a telecom service, and you move around. Now, what are the bad? It sounds good, sounds fantastic. And it is a business, but there are a lot of barriers to innovation. Okay? So the barriers to innovation are, of course, first, physical. If you want to choose, so you want to get from A to B, and you have to put your bike here. There's no place to put the bike. Then you go in the metro, then you go in a taxi, then you walk, maybe you take a train. These things are not adjusted. You have to walk in between. They're not at the same hops, things like that. There's physical obstacles to do that in the beginning. Then, of course, there you can support that digitally. You have to walk 3 minutes, you know exactly. And then you have to go into planning, because in the future you have to plan according to that. Each transport mode is a silo. The train people don't speak to the metro people. The tram people don't speak to the pedestrians. The new cycling apps don't. So you understand it. Data are not standardized. Everybody is producing their own data, but they are not standardized. They are not fully exchangeable. You have the most important problem, jurisdictional problems. The urban system is much larger than the political city. You have in every major city. I'm now working in a city in the world which is one of the very rare cities where the political city is identical to the geographical city. This doesn't happen anywhere else in the world. All of these, the operators, of course, don't want to share the data. It's strategic. They want to have their own app, which are not compatible. And of course, as said in the very beginning, there's also a lack of innovation culture. Now, my last slide, what are the measures to overcome these? And we are working on it. It's not, mobility as a service is not really yet a full reality, but it is in certain cities. We have to have a well-crafted mobility transformation strategy at the urban level, in building, in planning, in things like that. A little bit of competition among the different modes, because if the tram doesn't come, you can maybe take a taxi or an Uber or something like this. So that can be favored and put some pressure. We need absolutely a coherent data policy. And that's a big challenge, because the EU is working on it, every government is working on it, and the city is working on it, but they're of course not the same. And most importantly, I think the first step where we see things changing are a metropolitan transport authority, a new authority, an institution that combines the different actors at the metropolitan level. And of course, an ecosystems approach where people are sharing the data, and a culture where data are shared, where the different actors of the ecosystems see that it's to the benefit of. Now, to conclude, of course, the car is suffering, but the major obstacle is not the car industry. The major obstacle, the car industry has understood that they have to become more efficient. But the major problem are the different actors and the lack of coordination among them. Thank you very much.
Okay, so there are not that many questions, but I have here one. It says, what are the lessons from the MAAS concept that could be transferred to address the challenges to the water sector faces? You aware of the MAAS?
Mobility as a service.
Mobility as a service.
Yeah, I think that the major learning from that is that you need a systemic view. And a little bit, I was inspired. You know, water is not just water. It's energy. It's I don't know. It's pipes. It's plenty of things. So I think if you can get the actors of all the actors that gravitate around the water into a systemic approach, I think the change, and that you can learn from mobility as a service.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. So now that we have heard what has happened with Enel in the energy sector, IKEA has shared a little bit, the transport sector and this systemic way, it is time for us to get to think of how can we apply the lessons on innovation from the energy, consumer goods, and transport sector to our own water sector? So what we ask you is to talk to your colleagues. You can talk also in the table, in the groups, in group of 3. And then we have about 10 minutes to think of, okay, so what did the energy sector do, what IKEA did, what just Matthias mentioned, and how can we actually transfer it to our reality? Think of a particular input from our speakers. Think of a particular case, issue, problem that we're having, and what can we then learn from what they have told us. Okay? So I'll keep checking on time with you. Let's make it 10 minutes. And then your inputs, please bring it as well here and Slido. We will be then showing the inputs and then discussing some of them in about 10, 12 minutes. Okay? All right, so talk among you, and let's see what can we learn. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone online. I hope you could hear me. And my name is Geneva. I've been the Young Scientific Program Committee member for this group. And so Rosanna and I are here in the online discussion with all of you so that we can kind of have, continue this discussion that they are having in the room here online. So it's kind of, that same question. So I invite everyone who feels comfortable to turn their video on or just to, unmute yourself. If you have thoughts kind of towards this, how can we apply the lessons on innovation from either of the 3 cases we've heard? So from energy, from consumer goods, IKEA, and or from the transport sector to our own sector. And I assume for most of us, that's water and sanitation. And I'll let people raise their hands, but as we do, Rosanna, do you have any initial thoughts as someone in energy about what we can be doing in water?
Yeah, it's nothing related to the technology itself, but it has to do with that thing consumer-centric that I put there, because we developed our infrastructure, both the electrical sector and the water sector, pretty much based on the infrastructure itself. The consumer was just something that it was laying there and consuming. And I think it's quite important to put the consumer in the middle of the problem, in the middle of the solution of what you are trying to do, trying to accomplish. We need everybody to cooperate. This is more or less what the guy said, the professor said, for the transport sector as well.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. And for context, I work at a public water utility in the United States in San Francisco area. So a lot of these issues are very relevant that we've been hearing. And I think, we're often the public water utility and wastewater utility implementing. And I think some of the things you said were really interesting to me too, because you're talking about, smart meters and kind of digitization, digital twins as being solutions. And I think one challenge that I've been confronting as a public water utility is, we would like to install smart meters so that we have all those benefits for the consumers that you talked about. But we've faced a lot of pushback even from our own, board, et cetera, just around the cost and kind of the big barriers to actually installing this technology. And I'm curious from your point of view, knowing what Enel did, do you have any recommendations for us in water for how to kind of sell this idea of smart meters better, especially in terms of the cost of installation and getting the system in place?
It's clear. One thing that was clear to me in São Paulo, for example, the exercise that we did in São Paulo, is that you have to have a real cost benefit analysis for any implementation, meaning the benefits should be the benefits for the society, not only for the utility. And this is where we find it wrong. And if the benefits for the society are greater than the benefits for the utility, then this is where sometimes some public money should flow in and help install this infrastructure. And this was the case, not the case in São Paulo. We chose 2 areas where this was not the truth. But if I may say, you have to have a very conscious CBA, cost-benefit analysis. and we do have a methodology developed for that. The European unit has a methodology for that. If you want, I can share with you afterwards.
I would love that personally. And I see that I think Sergio Campos' hand was up. Did you have thoughts to chime in?
Yes, Geneva, thank you very much. Two things that, in regards to the first question that you asked, I mean, sort of two takeaways that I get from the presenters. I really like the IKEA notion of you have to rethink every process that you do. And I think that in water and sanitation, we should really engage to the clients, to the customers, to the beneficiaries, and really start from there to the beginning. You know, maybe some of them don't necessarily want the type of infrastructure that we're providing them. Maybe there's an in-between that just didn't think about. You know, that's one of the things. And then from the colleague from transport, when he says, if you're talking about transport, you're talking about energy, you're talking about water, you're talking about telecommunications, and that is true. And that's something that we, in the preparation of the seminar, we've been talking about it. But it's nice to hear it from someone else, because all of them are interrelated. So that's my contribution.
If I may, yeah, you are very, very much right. Meaning the consumer centric. And just something to add, sometimes the consumer doesn't want something because the consumer wasn't presented properly with the benefits and the setbacks of that solution, that particular solution. He just takes a non-educated decision because he doesn't know. So if he doesn't know, he keeps doing the same because it's the known part of life. So you have to be able to communicate.
We have 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes. All right, please. Yes, your inputs. Great.
And you were saying?
No, it's. I agree with the colleague, but one thing that we learned is that before asking the consumer something, do you want or don't want, you have to prepare the consumer with the right information for the consumer to be able to take an educated decision, or at least halfway educated decision, with also with the consequences of what you're doing.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really good point. And I also, so as we're kind of in here and talking about it, I invite all of you as the online audience, even if you don't want to speak out loud, to enter, your thoughts into the Slido. So I put the link in the chat, and that way, the panelists are also going to kind of speak to their
So we have
thoughts.
3 more minutes, but we don't want to lose more participants that I see them running in the back door. We have 3 more minutes. But, you think we can use time, or we can discuss already?
I think we can wrap it up.
I think we have enough. All right, great. Okay, so Matthias and Tobias. Yeah. Yeah, let's see what type of input. See, we're here. Great. Let's see what inputs we got from our participants. So, for instance, which one looks interesting?
I haven't read them yet.
Yes.
I have to read them first.
One of them, okay. Let's see. Making information available for everyone to facilitate collaboration between different sectors. Is this something that it's close to you? No.
There's already too much information.
There's already too much information.
I could challenge that just because I like it.
All right.
What information do you need to start a new collaboration? I don't think you need anything. You have your own need. You can start a collaboration to any expert. What information? It would be nice to have a dialogue on that. What do we mean? So I don't think you need to know so much. You probably yourself sit with a need.
Okay.
But, okay.
And water as a service. Technology can empower the consumer by providing information that can lead to better quality and bill savings. Access to information from the local utility could allow IKEA Meter to translate water savings into money savings. Yeah?
IKEA and many others, water as a service. I think it's the digitalization, the platform of water.
Yeah. All right. What else? How do I go here down? So maybe read them from here because I can. All right. Let's see. What other input do we have from the audience? Let's see. What else?
All of our
right.
systems are interconnected. It's not just learning; it's also working. Yes.
Yeah, cannot more than agree. Yeah. Maybe that's the most important.
Absolutely.
Start working.
Start working together, and then make sure you have a roadmap to collaborate, to bring all these elements together for the innovation ecosystem. Yes?
You see, all these silos are already quite optimized. You know, you have an optimized operation, the train is quite optimized, but the inefficiencies are across these different actors. That's what digitalization can really help.
All right, great. Well, yes. There is a lot to learn from the telecom sector for Rosana, particularly the way they decentralize the mobile phone. We need to decentralize our large wastewater treatment plants by making them smaller and more efficient. That could be one. One of the crucial factors is that the value of water is not aligned and not widely appreciated and undervalued worldwide. That happens.
A price signal. Yeah.
She'll do it. That's the parting point. All right, so what we will do is we will collect all these inputs and we'll try to put it together in a nice publication, let's say a blog. And so we appreciate then all the efforts that you have done. And thank you very much to Tobias, Matthias, and also Rosana for being here with us and sharing these insights on how you have tackled innovation to solve the issues of the sectors. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now it's time to call our friend Suchi Vora. Suchi is coming actually to talk to us about the culture of failure. How important it is actually to embrace failure to be able to innovate in the sector. So what she is bringing us is a result of a study in the climate resilience subsector. And she will be telling us about what they found. And also, this is going to be a very dynamic mini workshop. So we hope that you keep joining us in Slido for interactions with her. All right. So, Suchi, welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Now it's better? Yeah. Perfect. Awesome. Thank you. So, before I start, I will request you all to please play the role of active listeners. The questions come towards the end, but please engage with the presentation. I think I have about 15 minutes, which includes the presentation and conversations, but we can keep it as lively as possible. So if you want to stop me, please stop me, raise your hands, talk about it, whatever, challenge me. I'm good with that. Right. All right. So, I'll start with, the work that we did around failure. I like this catchy title. It seems like nobody's talking about failure. It's another taboo. We're not using the term. We don't like it. Yeah, and the question that we asked ourselves was that Tobias mentioned that there is a culture of failure already in the private sector. There's already, product design is already thinking about failure. We are innovating. It's a necessary step for innovation. It's not an inhibitor. But in fact, in the climate resilience adaptation space where I work at GRP, which is also largely water, essentially, we saw that we don't necessarily talk about it. We don't necessarily talk about failure. We try and move away from it. There is a narrative that failure is not good, bad. We're moving towards accepting personal failures, but we're still not okay with organizational failures. We're still not okay with teams failing, products failing, so on and so forth. So we wanted to destigmatize that culture, and this is a continuous journey. This is just like a first step where we actually want to start normalizing how we talk about failure and why we talk about it. The world is complex. I think Matthias mentioned it. It's water needs systems perspectives. Add to it climate change, and it gets complicated. We don't know enough about what's happening with climate, and we're dealing with all kinds of uncertainties. We can't, unfortunately, peek into the future. And there is complex systems of power that we have as humans already established. So there's hierarchies, there's power structures, donors, researchers, communities, practitioners. We have power structures within different groups that impact how we engage with projects, and therefore how we engage with failure. How we did this study, we went through a secondary data and literature review. This was largely in the innovation space, in the entrepreneurship space. There is very little literature in the climate resilience space. One would imagine that adaptation is a fairly dynamic process, but we don't discuss failure. We think of adaptation as a very static, very static kind of a process. We have adapted to climate change happens, and we have adapted to it, or we have not adapted to it. But that's not the case. We need to continuously learn. We need to continuously remain agile, innovative, and therefore also fail sometimes. We did some interviews with a wide range of organization heads, partners, also government representatives, aid agency representatives, and community-based organization representatives. So wide, like a cross-section of stakeholders who we interviewed, and also professors who actually work on innovation theory. So it was a wide cross-section. And then we created this model that I'm going to present, which we think is how people are thinking about failure and how they're responding to failure, or rather organizations are. And and currently we're at that point where we are sense checking this with different groups, this being one of them, the online audience also. So we've been discussing this, opening it up to conversations, feedback, and testing and retesting it to realize whether it makes sense or not. Some of our findings, we found that failure is necessary. I've said that before. It's important. We need to learn how to fail in order to succeed, right? That's the second thing. But I think for the climate space and for the water space especially, it's a privilege to fail. There is a narrative that we don't have time. We are rushing against time, and therefore we are in a rush to find solutions. And in such a narrative, in such a space, which is where there's disproportionate impacts on some communities compared to others, it's a privilege to fail. There's huge costs to failure. And we recognize that. We need to recognize that it's not as easy as designing a product, failing, and there being just an economic cost to it. It's more than that. There's a human cost to this. There's definite conflict between that systems view and that recognition to fail. So there's definitely that push and pull of how we understand the whole system, and therefore we might feel like we are succeeding in one part, but there might be other parts where we are failing. And there are times when it just suddenly pops up on us. And there is a positive bias of reporting. We tend to report it as adaptive management sometimes. We tend to not report it at all. We are getting better at accepting individual failures. failure CVs, people putting out like a list of failures that they themselves have gone through, but we are still not good enough at reporting how we fail as teams. But the good thing is that the people we interviewed said they want to learn from it. They want safe spaces to discuss failure. They want spaces where there's no judgment to the fact that they failed, and they really want to create that. They want that space for a community of practice on failure. So that's something we've heard very strongly across the board, and we're working towards it. Just some impressions. We've obviously anonymized these points because nobody would want to be known to talk about failure. But yeah, organization heads, people in senior positions, they're very keen to create failure tolerant cultures, but there's still a question of how we do that in this space. Especially, like I said, it's a privilege to fail, and recognizing that aspect, it becomes a little difficult to create that failure tolerant structure. And these are just, I mean, I'm not going to read out all of these, but these are just some of the responses that we saw both in literature as well as stuff that we heard in interviews. How does it feel to fail? What kind of responses have people got from their organizations when they've failed? And we've kind of divided those into failure positive or failure constructive responses, and then fearful responses or failure limiting responses. Yeah, generally there's a question on funding. You don't know if organizations report that they fail, there's often a perceived question of probably losing funding. At an individual level, people fear losing their jobs. People quit if they see failure. So yeah, so and of course projects close down, and that finally affects the communities where the work is happening. So it's just there's that feedback loop kind of affects beyond just the project cycle itself. Reiterating that point around failure, we know from literature on failure and innovation, there's very clear and direct linkages that gender is a huge consideration. So women, people of color are given less leeway to fail. Similarly, in the climate space, we found that justice and justice considerations are a very big consideration why who is given that chance to fail. So yeah, questions of safeguards around failure and who's allowed to fail remain with us. And finally, this is where we've come to, that we feel like there are 4 clear drivers to failure response. There's behaviors at individual levels, behavior at group levels, at team levels. Then there's structures, like I said, power, agency, also structures within organizations and outside of it, and structures with respect to funding, even for that matter, geographical differences or regional or caste or ethnic differences as clear structures, social structures. There's culture. Tobias mentioned culture of failure. We don't have that, so there's quite a bit of culture shift needed. And finally, there's also mental models. I mean, when we think of who gets to fail and how much and why they have the leeway of fail, it's essentially a mindset shift that's needed towards at the very least. And again, these responses and a wide variety of responses can be at an individual level, can be at an operational level, or can be at an organizational level. Cultural mental model shifts are typically organizational level. Structures and behaviors can be either operational or individual. But individual shifts don't necessarily lead to acceptance of organizational failures. So these were the three sort of archetypes we devised as responses to failure. So the first one is where a goal is set, and once the goal is not reached, we consider that as a failure and we move away from the project. On the second one, it's basically a 1 point limiting. So if we haven't reached the goal, there's reframing of that goal. Then if the goal is achieved, only then we move on to the next. But if the goal is not achieved, we just kind of close down. And finally, this is where we've seen where most innovation happens and most learning happens, is this continuously constructive process. So innovation is taken up as a process. I think Tobias kind of pointed towards it. I'm going to go back to your presentation repeatedly, but yeah, thank you. But you pointed out to it, but it's essentially how goals are set, and it's fine if you don't reach them, but you keep kind of trying to identify where your outcomes are at, and as you move, you adjust how your goals move, and it's a question of shifting goalposts as and when you feel you're reaching close to them. Again, it's new goals are identified as failure comes up. And finally, I think we are short on time. I have like 4 minutes, probably 5 minutes maybe, but if you could go up on Slido for the online audience and for people in the room, if you could locate yourself as an actor within this space, within the water space, if you could locate yourself where you are in this space of implementation or water, and if you can either type in on Slido or chat. All right. I'll just go back to the last one to let people get this, the value chain, and where you are on this, and who are you accountable to, and what does failure therefore mean to you? I'll go to the next slide once some people give me an okay on getting this. All right, cool. No, I wanted to, yeah, sure, yes. This was, the value chain was where I was, no worries. I shall go to the next slide. Yeah, I'm getting some responses, but in the room, if you feel like you want to share, we have a mic. But I understand that failure is a difficult topic. We have someone who wants to share. Can we have a mic, please?
Well, no, but very interesting. I think that the failure is extremely related to the education. In many places of the world, even doesn't want to give a grade, let's see, 0, 1, 2, 3 to the children, because they don't want to get ashamed. So, and you can see in which place of the world the startup succeed because the failure is part of the whole process, and which part of the world that doesn't accept this after part of the. So how you connect this with the culture? Because at the beginning you said that.
Absolutely. That's a great question, actually. I think where we were at with this question was we identified the fact that in many places we're okay with accepting individual failures, or at least we're getting better at accepting individual failures. That aspect of shame, yes, it starts at school level. Yes, it starts way at the bottom. And again, it's a systems thing. It's a culture shift, yes, but it's also a mindset shift where parents are getting better at saying it's okay. mental health is getting important. So at an individual level, we're getting better. Where I'm kind of trying to hint at is that at collective levels, we're still way behind, especially in this space of aid and non-profit and government, public sector action. Private sector is doing much better, but then private sector also deals with products which are yes, they're results oriented, but their results are also they're very clear KPIs defined. Unfortunately for us, our KPIs are more are perceived as competition, like especially for the non-profit space. It becomes like it is a struggle for non-profits to say we have failed, because we're all competing for the same funding at the end of the day, right? So that struggle is very real. I may be great at accepting my personal failure, but I may not be okay with accepting that my organization or my team has failed. Is where we're getting at with our thesis. But that's a great question. Yeah. So great, thank you. Yeah, we have a few points, but yeah, sure. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so we have a few points around accountability coming in, and the reason why I asked that question was also that bit around who we are accountable to. If we remain accountable to our grades, we'll continue not accepting or continue feeling the shame. Yeah, but I mean, I'm just saying, if that is true, yes. But if we enjoy the process and like learn for the sake of learning, I'm just giving the example of studying and education, but in an ideal scenario, but that's the culture we need to shift, really. So yeah. Great. We're seeing a lot of great loss of donors, exactly. Disappointment. Amazing. Someone has said motivation at the same time, sadness and motivation, which is great. Well, motivation. Thank you. I mean, we need to work at changing that. Great, thanks. I think there's more typing happening, and I think we're going to capture this yeah. I am going to end with that. I'm available if you want to reach out to me. I love being challenged, and it's great. Yes, and I appreciate being challenged, so I'd love to have more of a conversation on that. I'm available on email. You can reach out to me on LinkedIn. Happy to talk about failure. We're a bunch of us doing this work, at least 4 of us at GRP, and we've been speaking to a wide variety of actors in this space. Thank you. Thank you.
After failing, after 4 years, they've done it today. So it's what's continuous, what you call as continuous.
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you very much. In fact, thank you.
You want me to stay? Do you want me to move? Perfect.
Thank you very much. Let's give her another round of applause. Thank you. It's very important to destigmatize failure, and because otherwise, how can we try new things, right? How can we actually, eliminate barriers, and how can we come up with new ideas that we actually need in the sector? So it's time to call our friend Janice Pitcher. Yes, I said it. Okay, because I wanted to say Beja, and then she said no. It's Pitcher. Okay. Great. She's professor at the Michigan State University. She has many, many years of applied research and experience also with public utilities. So what we want, Janice, is that she give us a final word, some recommendations. So from the other sector, from your own experience, what can we learn from what they have done, and what should we doing as the water sector to innovate and to meet the targets? So welcome here, please. Give her an applause.
After that presentation, I'm going to demonstrate failure. So you're welcome. And you know, this has been an amazing couple of days. I'm still not sure why I'm here or how I got here for the beginning as well. I think, here's a thought, like, don't go to sleep during a meeting or or get distracted, because then you get given these, heavy responsibilities. I've been very enriched by the last 3 days. I hope several of you have been able to join us for most, or that, we've hopefully, brought you into this community, right? This community of people to talk about these issues that don't get talked about enough. So I think that's one of my big takeaways. And my wheels are spinning. IKEA, so I'll start with IKEA. So love IKEA. So much fun. I installed, it just makes me think how this is so important. These problems will never be solved in these silos or in these sectors by themselves. And we had a heat pump installed in our house. I get more information from my furnace, from my pump system, electronic information, more data, useful to me as a consumer than I do from the utility. And that's okay. That's not necessarily a problem. That's a partnership. So we are seeing this transformation. But with all of that, I also want to keep thinking about consumers. And we talked about it a little bit last night at dinner, because it came up a couple times today. Consumers need to engage, right? They need to have data. They need to make a lot of decisions. They need to think hard about this stuff all the time. And one of the things I like to say, and I said it last night, is it's also okay for people to be able to take water for granted. I know that's heresy, but maybe it's okay for regular people in their daily lives to trust that the water is safe and to feel, that somebody's looking out for them and their interests are being protected. So it's a fine balance. I know we want that engagement. We want to send price signals. We want to do all these things. But at the same time, let's be careful. We're all elites, and we have to remember that we are privileged. We're here. And we have to remember that in people's everyday lives, when it comes to energy, when it comes to water, they're trying to live their lives. And they need people like us, frankly, doing this good work to try to make that a little bit better for them and not burden them, and also to respect their privacy. And we're talking a lot about data. We haven't talked a lot, though, about who owns the data, who controls the data, how it might be used. So these are all good things, but let's be mindful, right, as we think about these solutions. So, do we need more technology? Show of hands. Do we have enough technology out there? Is there enough tech, or do we need more technology? There's a lot of technology. In fact, when I was first given this assignment, they were like, we don't innovate. There's no innovation in water. I'm like, are you kidding me? And so maybe, I see tons of innovation, tons and tons of innovation. I look at how water has changed. All of our models, our management models are, you think about, the efficiency gains. Of course, there's this Kuznets curve, right? So once we've achieved a certain, status, economic development status, we start using resources more efficiently. That's a good thing. It's been a phenomenal thing in terms of savings. And I would say that a lot of that's been driven more by technology and standards than behavior. Okay. So it hasn't been as much about pricing or price information or all those things. It's lower flow toilets. It's things that are easy to install and easy to implement and easy for people to understand, accessible technology. So I think that's really going to be a key going forward. So, I think we've got a lot of technology. I think our issues always seem to come back to issues around governance and institutions, actually, and in some cases, management models. we heard from Diego about really a management innovation, right? A change of a culture that's very well defined, right? And I think that was a really critical lesson for me. I'm not sure we've arrived at optimal structures and institutions. I think that's what we need to continue to strive for. I don't think the other sectors have either, though. I still think we have, I still think we're in a process. And I do work across the sectors. Be careful not to think that energy or renewable energy or the clean energy industries have it all figured out. I'm not so sure. We spent a lot of money on smart meters, installed kind of smart, spent all this, all these resources. I'm not sure they've actually at all achieved the promises that were made there. So, I'm not saying that they won't, but I mean, just let's be realistic about it. So I still think a lot of our problems come down to structures, institutions, and I think as part of that, though, I want to be careful about, as I talked about on Monday, and that is ideology, and being careful that not only will technologies aren't the answer unto themselves, but neither are markets, neither is some simplistic concept of market-based solutions, including pricing. Water's a very essential water's a very inelastic good, and hitting low-income families over the head with a price, I don't think is necessarily good public policy. And I keep going back actually to what Sergio said at the beginning, the huge disparity between the sectors in terms of our commitment to universal affordable access. Why? Why in the United States do we have a universal service for telecom, but not for water? And why? Because of us. Because we think that's okay. And now, but again, water presents unique challenges. It's heavy, it's incompressible, it's hard to move it, it's expensive. Our pipe system's the way to go. I was really glad some of you raised the issue of decentralized solutions, because again, I think this is where institutions and structures and technology have to continue to work together. But I think, it's not about technology as much about adoption, general acceptance, adoption, diffusion, and those will depend on capacities, right? Capacities to understand the technology, how to implement it responsibly and thoughtfully. And as I would say, though, too, every time we think about these things, we should think about, is it beneficial? Beneficial to whom? And what are our normative criteria for how we evaluate the technology and its implementation? I think we have to be really thoughtful about how we view technology through an environmental justice lens, and how we can use it to really make people's lives better off. So with that, again, I mean, water is a complicated thing, right? It's so essential. Does that mean it should be cheap, or should it be expensive, right? Should it be accessible, or should it be, priced differently? And the reality is a little bit of both. That's why it's a complicated problem. I think that's true with almost every one of these questions. There's actually more than one answer. So that's why we have to be careful about not overgeneralizing about water, and being thoughtful and careful in our rhetoric. So with that, I think I've probably used up enough time. Thank you for your patience. I hope I haven't failed too miserably. It was a great event.
Don't go, Jenny. Stay here with me. Stay here with me while we close. So thank you very much to everybody for being here. Thank you to Geneva. Thank you to Joyce, Marcello, Sergio, everybody who worked, you guys that also support us, the speakers, and also all the participants that made this possible. Thank you very much. And please keep in mind, let's collaborate, cross-sectoral learning. Let's do it together, and then have a great evening. Thank you very much for being here.